It's right here, coming over. I know, because I'm getting ready to start the meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Township Council regular meeting of January 27th, 2026. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair. It's being broadcast live on Channel 34, and it's streaming live on the Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. Good evening, sir. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. The meeting was included in the annual notice of meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-25-352, adopted by the Township Council at its regular meeting of November 25, 2025. It was advertised to the official newspaper on December 25th, 25, January 1st, 26, and January 8th, 26. It was posted on the bulletin boards outside of our municipal building and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of our township clerk. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call whenever you're ready?
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham? Present. Counselor D'Amato?
Here.
Counselor Harrison?
Present.
Counselor Toller?
Good evening, President.
Good evening. Counselor Williams?
Present.
Mayor Baskerville?
Present. So, at this time, I had invited our guests to that were interested in being considered for the position of the planning board to come in at 5:30 and speak to us, and then adjourn into executive session so that we could deliberate. But one of the individuals who's interested is not able to get here until 6 p.m. Should we discuss the other positions while we're waiting for that? We have some other positions that we could discuss. Or how do you think we should best spend the time between now and 6 p.m. when I expect that? And it's only 3 people now who are interested in the, 2 actually, that will be coming to just share with us why they would like to be considered for the planning board seat.
We have
Yes,
3.
Councilor Toller?
Thank you. You said we have 3 candidates, but only 2 can make it today?
No, there are only 2
Oh, okay.
who are at this point in time still interested in that
They're
position.
due here at 6 p.m.?
6 p.m., yes.
Well, there is another,
Deputy Mayor?
sorry, I don't think we haven't gone into executive session.
No, I know, and I wasn't going
I'm
to,
just going to.
because when we talk to the people, they don't have to be there. If we want to deliberate in executive session, we can do that. This is not executive session. I'm just trying to figure out, since we seem to have maybe 20 minutes here.
I do see
Can you
that-
please speak into your mic so that the people that are at home can hear us? Thanks.
I do see that there is another item on the resolution authorizing executive session. In the same section where it said the appointments for various boards and commissions, and it also says the appointment of the township attorney. So we could maybe spend the next 20 minutes discussing that.
I'm fine to do that. Does anyone have any objections? Otherwise, I will adjourn us into the executive session. No? Okay, a motion to move into executive session for the purpose of, what are we going to be discussing at this point in time?
Township attorney.
Personnel.
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? Okay. Thank you. Okay, at this point in time, I'd like to make a motion, please, that we exit the executive session and return to the public portion of our regular township meeting of January 27th, 26.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, welcome back, and I am going to invite two candidates that we have who have expressed interest in becoming considered for a position that we have open on the planning board to come before us. They will each give between 3 and 5 minutes about why they think they would be an asset to the planning board, and then we will discuss this in executive session. Hey, good evening. Well, this is a public portion of the meeting, yes, but at this point in time, I'm waiting for two candidates who wish to be considered for the position of planning board, or three. And so if any of them are here. Where is the other person that you said was coming at 6? The friend that you wanted?
It's not my friend, but I thought she was coming at 6.
Can you reach her on the phone and just let her know? Because, huh? Okay, well, yes. Hi, good evening, Mr. Sionis. Good to see you and welcome. I know that you are one of either 2 or 3 candidates who will present to the entire council here a little bit about yourself and why you think you would be an asset to the planning board. As I spoke with you on the phone, I hope that you would be able to do that within 5 minutes. We've all had an opportunity to look at your volunteer interest finder that was on the online, and so yeah, good to see you, and thank you. You can begin.
Well, thank you. I think I could keep this to 3 minutes. So my name is Paul Sionis. I've been a resident of Montclair since 1979, and I've lived at 60 Heller Way since 1981. 60 Heller Way was a farmhouse that was built in 1850, and it was built by a working farmer. Most people have no idea it's there on Heller Way. It's not typical of other houses on Heller. My wife and I have been married for 49 years. Michelle's a third-generation Montclair resident. She retired as a pharmacist about 2.5 years ago after working at Grove Pharmacy for 50 years. She began when she was in high school, and then when she went to pharmacy school and stayed there. We have 2 granddaughters and 3 grandchildren. I have a Bachelor of Architecture degree from Pratt Institute, and I have a Bachelor of Science in Landscape Architecture from Rutgers. I'm a licensed architect, I'm a licensed landscape architect, and also a licensed professional planner in New Jersey. For 12 years, I was a part-time faculty member at Pratt Institute, where I taught a Friday class called Site Design, where I taught architecture students about planning and zoning boards. From 1985 until October of 2024, I was the owner of Sionis Architecture, which was a multidisciplinary design firm, and we averaged 7 staff members. I was proud that Sionis Architecture received a lot of awards. We received awards for design, historic preservation, and also inclusive housing. And including projects that you probably know in Montclair, like the George Hotel, 111 Grove, which is the corner of Grove Street and Walnut Street, the old Red Cross building we converted about 2 years ago, former Christian Science Church on Hillside Avenue that's now known as Hillside Square, and the former Montclair Motor Vehicle Agency, which people refer to as Montclair Bread Company. Along with fellow Montclair resident William Scott, I was honored by Home Corps for service to the community in 2018. And then in 2021, I was honored by the Montclair Foundation, which is the owner of Van Vleck House and Gardens. Locally, I've served on various boards, including 21 years on the YMCA Board of Directors, the last 5 were as the board secretary. I served on the Montclair Foundation as their nominating chair. I've been on the Montclair Housing Commission, Amani Advocacy Center, headed by Joanne McCullough, who just retired. I was on Montclair Housing Association, which runs the Montclair Inn at the corner of Hillside Avenue and St. Luke's. And then I was past president of the former Montclair Lions Club. I sit on various committees at Union Congregational Church, where my wife and I have been members since 1990. In October of 2024, I sold my firm. I sold Sionis Architecture to Gregory Schweitzer Architecture. I met Gregory at Union Con Church, where we're both members. I now serve as a consultant to Gregory Schweitzer Architecture. I'm not an employee of the firm, and this role will be ending. So why do I want to serve on the planning board? So in my opinion, the time is right. As the owner of a Montclair architecture firm for 39 years, I was not able to serve on the planning board or zoning board while frequently appearing with projects before the board. I appeared and testified at the Montclair Planning and Zoning Board plus the Historic Preservation Commission over 200 times through 2024, plus another 125 times in other towns and cities in New Jersey. Now that I've sold the firm and will not be testifying, I have a lot of valuable experience to offer, including my knowledge of the site plan application process, the Montclair zoning ordinance, New Jersey land use law, my ability to read and understand drawings, my patience, my even temperament, I have no temper, my ability to look at all sides and to be a good listener. Also, my respect for the efforts I've observed over the years by various planning and zoning board members who are all volunteers over the last 40 years. There have been some terrific members that I wish to match. Plus, what I've witnessed at planning and zoning board meetings in other towns, including most recently in Linden, for example, they had a terrific, huge digital smart board and not the screen like this that gets hard to read. I've been in Verona many times where they meet in a large impersonal space, like almost a gymnasium, and they have no digital capacity at all yet. And then recently, a few months ago, I was in Chatham Borough, where the board members were still, they still log on in Zoom. So I still had to go to the meeting, but only one person was there, plus the secretary, and everyone else was on Zoom. Concerns I have about being on the planning board that I need to share with you. Our older daughter lives in Los Angeles with 2 of her grandchildren, so we visit there 3 to 4 times a year and intend to keep doing so. If appointed to the board, I would not schedule the trip when there are board members. We'll be away for 2 weeks visiting them this February for trips that I scheduled a while ago. My other concern that I'll bring up is if Gregory Schweitzer Architecture has an application before the planning board, I would recuse myself from those applications. So thank you very much. Any questions I could answer?
Thank you very much. Council, anything anyone wishes to say at this point in time from here? Councilor Toler?
No, I just want to thank you for your your background.
Thank you.
I know your work. All of your projects fit in the character of the neighborhood, fit in character with the neighborhood. So I appreciate that
Thanks.
you are able to have a keen eye for that and understand what should go where and what shouldn't go where, and that's very important. So again, I just wanted to thank you for your background, your work, and thank you for presenting yourself this evening.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Yes? Councilor Birmingham? No?
Thank
No?
you for coming.
No.
I have a question.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So when did you first indicate interest in this seat?
About 1 month ago.
And currently, Mr. Schweitzer is in front of the planning board with probably one of the most
Yeah,
difficult
he has one
applications
project.
that we
Correct.
have.
Correct.
And you've been advising him on that.
Sorry.
I mean, I've seen you advise him on it.
Turned off. Sorry.
Yes, because it was his first time attending a planning board meeting in his career.
Okay.
Mr. Schweitzer's career was almost entirely in New York City, where he never had to attend a planning or zoning board meeting.
Okay. And have you had any experience in planning itself?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm a licensed planner, and I've
Okay.
testified separately as a licensed professional planner.
fine, excellent.
And as I stated, I'm familiar with New Jersey land use law.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so
Thank
very
you.
much.
That's quick. Okay.
Is Jade here? We'd like to hear from Jade, if Jade is here. No? Is anyone else here that wish to be heard before this body regarding their interest to be on the planning board? Oh, thank you. I'm well. Good to see you again.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My
Good
name is Nicole Wallace. I'm a Montclair resident, and I am a urban planner as well. I went to NYU School for Urban Planning. I have a master's in urban planning. Just a little bit about my background. My entire career has been based in community-based urban planning. I've worked mostly in the public sector. I've worked for the city of New York. I've worked for the state of New York. Currently, I work for the municipality, well, adjacent to the municipality of Maplewood. I run the business district in Maplewood, similar to what you have here in Montclair. So I work very closely with the mayor and the council in Maplewood, although not for the government directly. So when I say community-based urban planning, everything I do is working on a very much a ground-up approach. I've worked with community groups. I've ran, 2-year-long committees where we try to bring a whole bunch of stakeholders to a meeting. I mean, these things take long times. These are huge projects. And over 2 years, we try to get pieces together. Not everybody's happy, but also not everybody's unhappy. And maybe that's the win that you're looking for ultimately. I am not a NIMBY. I do think, change is okay. I think development is okay, but I think development has to be contextual, has to be appropriate for your community, has to be respectful of the residents of the town. But I also recognize a healthy economy, clearly a need for more affordable housing in this state. And so there's a big balance to getting the right projects, and then if you support these right projects, getting them to be the right size. Those are obviously for the big projects. Often planning boards are smaller, more minutia things, between neighbors and stuff, which are also important to be respectful for all of them. So perhaps I have a little different background. I'm not an architect. I'm not licensed that way, but I am an urban planner. I've been in this field for 20 years. When I worked for the city of New York, I worked directly on large redevelopment projects and land use projects, but I also worked on open space projects, testified in front of the planning board, worked with the planning commissioner directly, weekly meetings in their office. So a big variety of tasks that I did in terms of both technical, reading the zoning code, interpreting it, but also the part of going to community boards, testifying. In New York, for example, there's a lot of weigh-in from the elected officials before a project can go through, and you really got to build these coalitions together, be respectful, hear people out, and come to a conclusion. I think while in Maplewood, I've also testified before that planning board and worked.
No, go right ahead. Take whatever
just
time
ignore
you
the
need.
noises.
No, please finish.
And then also was part of the committee that worked on their master plan that they just put out. So, I do think I bring good experience. I think I bring a sort of unique experience as this type of urban planner. I think New Jersey has a distinct definition of urban planner, which is its very technical term. I think I'm definitely more of a wide, broad-based urban planner with a lot of direct experience. Right now, in my current job, I represent the Maplewood. I go to the Main Street Conference every year, so I'm very versed in economic development, supporting small businesses, as well as sort of big land use planning projects. Why I'd love to do this, I've been in this town. I grew up a few towns over. I've been in this town for 10 years. I take a direct interest in what happens in this town. I've been involved with different issues and different committees. I think I've met some of you at the salon at Angele's house, where we all come together and we meet the candidates that are running. So there, I do really care about the civic life of Montclair, and I'd like to give back, and it seems an appropriate way and place for me to do so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilor D'Amato.
Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you.
I just have one question About how many months roughly would you say ago you first expressed interest to serve on the planning board? To a member of
I
this
think I
council?
expressed interest under the old mayor.
Okay. And we discussed it maybe 6 months ago with
Oh,
other
easily,
people?
yeah.
Okay.
I think it was a paper application I first filled out when I
Yep.
first moved here. It wasn't even online.
Okay.
So
That's
I've been
excellent.
interested for a long
Yeah.
time.
I mean, we just want to, it's not like there's a,
Yes.
take a number, but
Yes.
just if people have been waiting to serve, we want to know. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Counselor Toller?
Sure, thank you. Thanks for your background.
Thank you.
You said you've been here about 10 years. I listened to you. You said you like to bring stakeholders together, build a coalition. That's not really what the planning board does. They're there to review applications. I'm just curious if you can explain to us your expertise in urban planning. How is that specific to Montclair? What is your-
Right. I understand that. Right. So I guess I was only bringing that up in terms of just being a respectful person, that you're listening to the concepts that are coming to you. So, for example, when there is the legislation and the law, but obviously there's interpretation, right? Or else every vote would be a unanimous vote, right? So you're trying to apply the law and apply the planning code to the thing, but I think a planning code, frankly, is the priorities and just like a budget represents the priorities of community, a planning code represents the priorities to the community. And so, some of the things that come up when you're reviewing an application is what are the trade-offs? Are you going to give a variance? What's the trade-off between parking and height and the commercial uses people would like to see in the space versus the height versus the open space? And some of that is prescribed by the planning code and by the zoning, and some of that has areas where you can have a dialogue and have a variance for that. So I think that's what I would bring to it when I talk about thinking about it. It's looking at things both prescriptive and what's the code and what's the rules and what do you have to allow. It's 15% affordable. That's not a variable. You may, some towns have a larger amount. The amount of parking, your parking ratio, that's all required. But then sometimes there's maneuver. You want to find the edges when you're reviewing things also.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Counselor Williams, Deputy? Anyone else? No? Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so very much for coming in. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay, so I think that we should just move along, and then when we get to all the rest of the appointments, I guess, which may be at the end of the meeting, then we'll go back, rather than to go back into executive and out and back again, we'll do all of them in executive session. So, at this point in time, okay, we have a proclamation.
Oh, it's not 7 o'clock, so maybe they're not.
Okay. So we're going to hold on to that until an individual, no, we can move right on into public comment. There's some people we can start with, and then it'll be maybe 7 o'clock. Are you all here because you want to make some comments, or are you just visiting us today, or what? You're welcome to sign in over here. Did you want to say anything about people signing up for different boards and commissions while we have some time? Have we finished, like, just to pump it up now? Okay. Hi, thank you so very much. If you signed in over
Yes, I
there,
did.
please, and now when you come up here, if you just give us your name and
Sure.
welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name, I haven't been here for almost 9 years. I'm Dr. George Bennett, and this is my wife, Dr. Karen Stevenson.
I remember you guys.
Right,
Good to
a
see you
lifelong
again. It's been a while.
Montclarian. I'm a transplantee, 13-plus years now. I didn't have an opportunity to go to the Board of Education meeting, which I really wanted to go to, but I got the dates confused. When we moved here, we had 4 children that were in the Montclair school system. They came here with all the bells and whistles, independent documentation. My children struggled, not academically in this school system. It was not a welcoming school system. But we eventually pulled out at great expense, and my children got into 2 daughters at Chapin, best or second best school America has to offer for girls. My son is at Horace Mann, right? And my other son went to Dwight. My 2 daughters are straight A students at Brown, and my son is not a straight A student at Brown, but very, very talented and doing very well. The reason I give that background is this. Montclair is made up of really bright and wonderful and talented, educated people. But the school district, I have found to have had nothing but difficulty with the school district, especially as an African American. And my son, who had difficulties, my eldest son, who's at Tufts, to give you the contrast, when we pulled him out and went private in New York City, my son took in 10th grade pre-calculus at Columbia University, got early admission to the College Edge program, got an A. Followed up by Calc 1, still a sophomore A, followed up by a struggle, 3rd semester B+ in Calc 2. Now, imagine doing that well at what I think is America's best university, Harvard also included, and having problems and difficulties here in Montclair. Remember, in order for them to be admitted to the schools in New York, you have to do the ISEE, far more competitive exam than what you can imagine. Their SAT scores, of course, match and so forth, so on, and they're doing well where they are. How is it that a school that does so poorly with African American students, other students, could run a budget deficit of 20 million? Then, as I said before many years ago, want to use the townspeople and their home as an ATM to make up for the budget shortfall. This is gross negligence and mismanagement that has been endemic. My brother-in-law was slated by the council to be a janitor, master's degree later, he's fine, right? He's in his 60s. This is a tradition of Montclair. It's not new. It is not nearly new. It is ancient. This is incompetence at its worst level. You don't produce great students. And incidentally, well, you don't do well with girls either. And for all the money that's poured into this town by its residents, who all they ask for is that the teachers do and administrators do a good job with their children, I say if you don't do it or you can't match it, they should be replaced in whole. We owe them nothing. We owe our children everything. And for $20 million shortfall to occur with a sleight of hand, and I read all the data that I can, how the hell does that happen?
I just want to
Just
say,
a moment, please,
I'm
Councilor
sorry.
Toller, and excuse me, Doctor. I failed to announce at the beginning of this session, for the public comment, you get 3 minutes to say,
no,
I didn't know,
I heard.
it's my fault, I didn't.
No, I heard you what you said to
Okay.
the person before. I'm
Thank you
sorry.
so much. So, no, I appreciate you coming. So if you wanted to finish that sentence?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's a travesty that we owe better for the townspeople and for the students to have a situation where true education can occur and not this way behind and, you know, the achievement gap, which I was there for.
Yes. Thank you very much,
My
Doctor.
pleasure.
Next guest, please. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? You would need to come up here, please, and sign in, and then after that, when you come forward, please state your name. You have 3 minutes, and we'll be very happy to hear you. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Janet Hubert. I live at 5 Ward Place in Montclair. I am here
Good evening.
specifically to, after hearing what he said, second that. I want to say that. But in support of the South Inn Fire Station, we would like to see the fire station finished. We would like to know, or I would like to know, what happened with the monies that we allocated last year when we went to the fire station and had meetings with Ms. Talley for the improvements on the south end, with crosswalks for the kids, stop signs, crosswalks, lighted stop signs. I'd like to know what happened with that. But I very much would love to see the fire station finished. So I am here specifically in support of that. As far as the school system is concerned, I second that. When I came to Montclair, I came here broke. I didn't ask anybody for any money. I didn't ask anybody for any help. I was a very well-known person, but I was broke but not busted. And I want to second what he said about the school system being very subpar. And I had an African-American son who also was bullied beyond belief, and so that he now, still suffers from that. So in support of the fire station, I would love to know what's happening with the funding. We would like to see it finished, and we would love to have a fire station. Valley Road has their section of their fire station. Middle of Montclair has their section with a fire station, but on the farthest end of the south end, we do not. So I know that money was allocated for it, and in support of that, I would love to see it happen. That's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next guest, please. I'm sorry, if you would like to come forward. No, excuse me, Noah, I'm sorry. Okay, so you want us to move forward. You signed in already, right?
Yes, I did, of
Okay,
course,
and you're number
Dr. Renee.
3? Are you number 3?
On 5.
Okay, is there a number 3? I'm calling on number 3.
The first 2 people who arrived before executive session took their numbers. So we
Okay.
started at 3.
Okay. Number 4?
Anyone?
Number 5.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Noah Gale. I hope you all survived. Thank you, the government officials, the town councilship officials, and township council officials, Dr. Mayor Renee Baskerville, and everyone here, and all the elected officials for keeping us safe in the snowstorm and the blizzard of 2026. I think this was the hugest and largest snowstorm that we have ever seen in decades, perhaps, in 10 years, pretty much, in years. Anyway, I'm here to speak about a few issues tonight. As you know, we just started 2026, a new year last month. And I think for 2027, I've been begging you this for years. I've been telling you this for years. Sorry. We should bring back first night. It is first night. I remember as a kid was very important to all of us in Montclair. It was fun. It was festive and joyful. I would love Montclair to recognize New Year's Eve for bringing back first night next year. Thank you. Also, as you know, it's like the middle of the school year already. We're halfway through the end. So, 1, vote yes, yes on March 10th. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to. Anyway, as summer is coming up, so I just want to make sure how much time I have. As summer is coming up, as we're halfway until the beginning of summer, I noticed that Montclair residents only can go to township pools once they're open, but I think it is very unfair. I suggest everyone has a right to go to Montclair Town Pool, even if they're not residents. For example, what if I have family friends who live on East 51st Street in New York City and they want to come to the pool and I have to tell them no because it's only open to Montclair residents? That is very unfair and exclusive. What if I have a friend who lives far away who doesn't live here but he's visiting me for the weekend? And if he wants to go to Township Pool, but I have to tell him, sorry, Montclair residents only. I say everyone should be welcome to the Township Pools in the summer. Thank you. So make sure it's open to guests who are not Montclair residents either. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noah. Next guest, number 6, please. And please just swing that back around to face us. If you can, otherwise we can help you with it. Thank you. How are you?
Good evening, everybody.
Good.
I'm kind of discombobulated.
That's
Excuse me.
okay. You
I
take
had
your
a few
time.
things to talk about. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, my name's Lynn Stockhammer. I live on Forest Street in the 3rd Ward. And like many of us not living in the 4th Ward, I am woefully not enough aware of decisions over the course of Montclair history and which continue to impact the lives and livelihoods and safety of families in the 4th Ward. My bad. But I'm here tonight to express my support for the reopening of Firehouse Station 3. And I echo everything that Janet Hubert had to say. This current location has functioned historically as a safe haven for residents, including our children. It's located near a school and local South End businesses. The disbursement of the ward's mutual aid anchor, and critically as well, response time from the Valley Road location can cost lives. The importance of minutes in emergency situations has been testified to in earlier meetings, excuse me. Please vote tonight for the resolution of $200K to allocate funds for the repair work at Station 3 as and where it stands on Walnut Street. Please vote as if our residents' lives depend on it. They do. I have a little bit more time, so I'd just like to know, I should be writing to you all about Millennium Communications Group, which is being contracted to provide IT support. Good luck to them, and I hope perhaps that they can set up something where we can have remote comment from the public. But I'm very concerned as to whether it has connections to foreign governments. I tried looking it up, and my skills are woefully inadequate. I'm also really happy to see Gray Russell back and the appointments and reappointments of those on the Civil Rights Commission, including the high school and college students, and Marcia Almeida, and Rubina Spence, Madeline Gale, and those others who I hope to get to know who I don't know. I did not find the Senior Hub resolution when I looked at the agenda. I did not have a chance to look at it again tonight. I don't know if it was added, but it was a blank page when I looked at it yesterday or the day before. Is that available anywhere? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
For another time, Jersey City has adopted a very, very vigorous and rigorous resolution protecting Jersey City immigrants. I think that we need to look at language like this, particularly in light of the fact that Murphy did not sign 2 of the most important acts. There were 3 bills to sign. These protections are critical, so perhaps with some support of some groups that I'm in. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi. You're number 10?
I'm number 10, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel Cruz, 40 Irving Street. I just came to speak on behalf of support for the South End firehouse improvements. I know there's stuff going on right now with the Board of Education, but I haven't been kept too far up to date. I guess to that I would say, as somebody who graduated Montclair High School in 2010, that Superintendent Frank Alvarez was my superintendent at the time. He seemed to be doing a pretty good job of things, and I think that Montclair High School has an overwhelming amount of great programs, whether it's the auto shop, the wood shop, theater, sports, and my experience at Montclair High School, while it was tough at times, also taught me a very, very important lesson, which was perseverance. And I was also fortunate to make some lifelong friends there. So, again, I don't know what's really going on these days, but in spite of the problems that the system might be going through right now, that doesn't negate some of the best qualities of it, which is why people still move here to this day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this point in time, I believe that our guests who have come to receive the proclamation recognizing January as Muslim Heritage Month have joined us. Is that correct? Okay, are you waiting for any other people? Because we can either continue here, or if you're all here now, I'm going to move forward. And then after that, we're going to go to the discussion with the Lackawanna Plaza group. So is your group is here now?
I believe so.
Okay, then we would love to come and present this proclamation. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay.
It's all right. Excuse me, I'm just going to present this. I'm going to present it with you.
Huh? Okay. Huh? All right.
Start, you finish?
Huh?
We're debating who's going to do the proclamation.
No, we're really not debating, and I'm very happy that I was able to get this on here, and Councilor Toller was the second, and the entire council wanted to present this, and it's something very dear to our hearts. And so what we're presenting today is a proclamation, actually, that was presented from our then governor, not our new governor, but our then governor. And we want to read it in our former governor, and we want to read it in for the record. So Councilor Toller is going to start. Anyone else want to read a part of it? Okay, come on over. So let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 paragraphs, so we have just enough.
Okay, so first let me say Assalamu alaikum and let's celebrate
Walaikum
National
salam.
Islamic Month. My name is Amina for a reason. Thank you. Whereas on April 29, 2023, Governor Philip D. Murphy signed a joint resolution number 6 of the Senate and General Assembly of the State of New Jersey designating the month of January of each year as Muslim Heritage Month to honor the history, culture, and contributions of Muslims throughout the state and nation. And whereas...
Okay, now the second person, the Birmingham.
Whereas Muslims first arrived in North America among enslaved Africans, of whom historians estimate approximately 30% were Muslim, and their faith, resilience, and service contributed to the foundation of our nation, including courageous military service in every major conflict from the American Revolutionary War through the Civil War and beyond. And
Whereas Muslim Americans represent approximately 1.1% of the United States population, numbering about 3.45 million individuals from diverse racial, ethnic, and cultural backgrounds. And
Whereas New Jersey is home to more than 300,000 Muslim Americans, one of the largest Muslim American populations in the nation, whose contributions to education, medicine, business, public service, the arts, and many other fields have strengthened the economy, enriched communities across the state. And whereas
the Township of Montclair recognizes and appreciates the many ways in which Muslim residents have contributed to the township's diversity and positive growth, including in education, entrepreneurship, government, law, medicine, literature, athletics, music, culture, and all aspects of civil life. And
whereas the Township of Montclair is home to residents of many cultural, religious, and ethnic backgrounds and is committed to fostering an inclusive community in which individuals are respected, valued, and celebrated. And
whereas recognizing Muslim Heritage Month provides an opportunity to promote understanding, build connections, and highlight shared values of service, family, and community, while reaffirming the township's commitment to diversity, equity, and mutual respect. Now, therefore, the mayor and the entire council of this great township of Montclair do hereby recognize January 2026 as Muslim Heritage Month in the township of Montclair and encourage all residents to learn more about the rich history and the significant contributions of Muslim Americans to our community, the state, and this nation. on, family, come on. Come on. Come on in. Come on, everybody, and then who wants to speak? You guys want, okay, good, okay. Is there a certain order? No, is there a certain order? Well, Imam, go ahead. Thank you. Yes? Okay. Thank you for being with us.
Bismillah, in the name of Allah, peace be upon all of the messengers to the day of judgment, and thank you very much to the mayor and all of the council members. Thank you so much for this wonderful proclamation, and on behalf of the Islamic community here in Montclair, we want to give our gratefulness and for the recognition you're giving us for what we contribute to the town here. We have our wonderful family here, the Abushi family, and I want to thank South Sam for her work and our wonderful husband, who assists her. I'm going to be honest, he told me just today, he said, South Sam tells me where to show up, and that's where I go. Being honest. Okay, well, thank you very much on behalf of the Islamic community, and thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you very much. Okay, come on, let's go. Who wants to come first? Is there an order? Come on. Here you are, your turn, okay. And then next, just move in whatever you want to say to us. Go ahead.
Inshallah, next year I'm bringing home the championship.
All right. Your turn. You want to say something? Just say thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next. Anybody else want to say anything? No? You all want to say? Come on.
Supersonic.
All righty. Okay, no, thank you for being here.
Well, first of all, I'm used to a different mic at the dais, but in the great city of Patterson. But I want to thank the council and the mayor and the administration, everyone here for taking the time out of your busy schedule and of course the imam, to commemorate Muslim Heritage Month. Muslims have made great contributions both to our country, our state, and our beautiful town, and whether they're in DPW, fire, police, or residents who serve our community and answer the call of service that Muslims must respond to. So thank you again for having us here. It's been an honor. Thank you for taking the time out of your very busy meeting to commemorate contributions of Muslims in Montclair and throughout the state. And I hope everyone has a great night.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Briefly, thank you to the mayor and to the entire council for recognizing Muslim Heritage Month. I think this is a beautiful tradition that hopefully we can continue in the town of Montclair. I do also want to thank the council for, if some recall, last year we were able to light for the first time in the history of Montclair the Ramadan crescent at the start of the holy month of Ramadan. This year, inshallah, we plan to do the same, and it is tentatively scheduled for Friday, February 13th. Would love for the community to join us, and I am grateful that the council and the mayor have been so receptive and so supportive in our effort to continue to bring that to the town. I know that last year, it was so well received and so appreciated by the Muslim community within Montclair, and neighboring towns as well, who also attended. And again, we would love to continue that tradition and make that a part of Montclair. Yeah, just custom. Thank you so much. Thank you to the mayor.
No, that was a beautiful time. So yeah.
It was. It really was. I appreciate that. Looking forward to it again. Again, February 13th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up, how many people are still here for public comment? Put your hand up, please. And you have a number? You have that number? I think you will, because number 10 went. Oh, you got, I called you before. Okay. You haven't called 3 and 3 or 4, but we were talking about back in 7. Okay, all right. Give us one moment, please. This was just brought to my attention, so thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I just also wanted to say that we do recognize that today is Holocaust Remembrance Day, and a day of great meaning, I think, for everybody. It should go unsaid. One whose meaning does not require a proclamation to remind us of its import. So that's all. Just you can take a second to reflect.
Holocaust Remembrance Day. Yeah, no, my head and not my heart. Thank you so very much, because that is very important. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Claire DiStiliano. I live at 279 Park Street. I think you know it by heart by now. So, here's I'm going to try to do this quickly because I know
Claire, push the green light, come on.
Oh, that button.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to do this quickly because I don't have a lot of time. So, here's what I want to know. In 18 months, what has this council accomplished? And I'm not meaning that in a snotty way. I mean it really. What, besides the leaf blower ban that took, as I understand it, an entire year to get approved and voted on, what have you changed, passed, repaired, or created? For example, the deer cull. Have you finally voted to return the grant and avoid killing deer in this town? Because you're constantly hearing from your constituents at these meetings. I haven't heard any opposition there to saying no to that grant and making sure that the deer are not killed. 3, why haven't you publicly apologized for the sidewalk debacle? I understand that you have $1 million grant, community grant. Why not use that grant to pay back citizens who were bamboozled into spending thousands of dollars? You corrected the law, but you didn't help the people of this town who paid that money out. And how is it that before there were 400 citations and now there's been 40 since this all came out? And again, not the most egregious ones at all. They're still sitting there. On that same issue, if you plant the tree, if I plant a tree, I'm responsible for it. If the town plants a tree, the town's responsible for it and whatever it does. That just seems to me to be common sense. 4, you and only you have the power to change a zoning ordinance as I understand it. Why haven't you, given all the debate here and the talk, changed the building code now from having to have a mixed-use apartment house built in this town to just allowing apartment houses to be built without mixed use? We wouldn't be having this discussion endlessly about the traffic and all the garbage that's going to happen. No, we may be stuck with the one that we're going to have, but you have the power to make sure it doesn't happen again. So, how is it that it's up to a builder to provide a traffic study? I don't know. Have you ever heard of a traffic expert paid by someone else walking in here and saying, nah, they shouldn't do this? Are you kidding me? Not on their dime. So, we should do a traffic study. I would like to move that you consider the town doing the study. Because if we did the study according to the New Jersey state law of what constitutes a traffic study, it would not be these 3 day pieces of garbage that we keep getting from the so-called traffic experts, and I don't even know if they're experts. So I would like to suggest that we do that because we are in a different time now. Everyone uses DoorDash and Uber Eats, and yet we are acting like that's not an issue for the security and safety of our citizens.
Thank you very much, Ms. Leata. I appreciate that. At
Okay.
these meetings, we allow 3 minutes, and we
So-
do have a group that's coming behind you.
Last, 1 second.
Yes,
I
1
challenge you
second.
as a citizen and a voter to act in our best interest and do what we elected you to do.
Thank you so very
What's
much.
wrong? Look ahead, put citizens and homeowners.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
We didn't coordinate. I said we didn't coordinate. I didn't know what Claire was going to say today. I'm Gerald Fears, 259 Park Street. And having attended several council meetings and conscious of the continuing financial administrative turmoil that I'm reading about in Montclair, I have been dismayed at the lack of transparency, accountability, and competency that I am seeing in this council. I personally have been victimized by your actions, which have made me question whether in the long term, after being a resident of Montclair for over 50 years, I can age in place in the home and neighborhood which is my community. You have needlessly coerced almost 200 of my neighbors to unnecessarily spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on inappropriate sidewalk repairs. You have not explained who is responsible for this fiasco, nor made anyone accountable. If I had done something similar in my job, I'd be fired. You haven't even apologized for your incompetency. And I have to ask, was it a malfeasance of some kind? Who was in on this? I think you should be ashamed. And I'm following the lead of Frank Rubacki, and I urge all of my neighbors to do the same by submitting invoices to the town for the financial damage you have caused to us. And I ask you to explain and ameliorate your actions and to penalize whoever was responsible for this incident. And I'm submitting for repayment my invoice of $2,450. And I repeat, was it incompetence or malfeasance? In either case, you should be ashamed.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
You don't even have a reply.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jessica Troop. I am the owner of Sankofa Cafe, 319 Orange Road, and I have been asked to read a letter from the South End Business Association, Dr. Carter, to be submitted. Dear members of the Montclair Town Council, on behalf of the South End Business District, we respectfully urge the council to vote in favor of the resolution to allocate $200,000 for necessary repair work at the Firehouse Station Number 3. For more than 120 years, it has been the cornerstone of public safety in the 3rd and 4th wards, significantly reducing emergency response times in a densely populated area and the local businesses in the South End. As you're aware, Pine Street currently serves as our mutual aid station. When Pine Street units go out on another call, residents and businesses in the South End must wait for a response from the Valley Road Firehouse. This delay is not a theoretical concern, it is a real and ongoing risk. Fire Chief Robert Duncan emphasized the importance of reopening Station 3, noting that minutes matter in emergencies. As Chief Duncan stated, if you have a fire and someone is going to get there and start solving that issue for you in 2 minutes before someone else will be there, it's a big deal. Failure to reopen Station 3 would place the safety of residents in jeopardy. The chief has also explained that given the current configuration of equipment and coverage, there are areas in Montclair that may not be reachable within 3 minutes. He has made clear that maintaining Station 3 as an active firehouse is the best option to ensure adequate coverage and response times, and we stand firmly behind his professional judgment. The township has already invested $400,000 to improve the structural integrity of Firehouse 3 so that it continue to function as a fire station. The requested $200,000 is not an abstract expense. It is an investment in public safety. Faster response times and the well-being of our community is at stake. As has been said, we are talking about what the money is going to do to make a difference in someone's life. If we can't do that public service, then what are we doing? We respectfully ask the council to recognize the critical role Station 3 plays and to vote in favor of Resolution 25-397. The safety of the South End depends on it. Thank you so much for hearing our letter.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good
Deputy,
evening, Council.
I'm sorry, Deputy, what number are you, please?
Number 8.
8, thank you.
Number 8. Good evening.
Good evening.
Happy New Year
And to
the
you.
Council. And thank you for what you do. I know how difficult that the job is and the task is there. I've sat in many of those seats on that side.
Deputy Mayor.
My name is Roger Terry, 140 High Street. Be 50 years I'll be at that location this year. I'm a lifelong resident of the Township of Montclair, and I'm here tonight to speak about the police department, which I served for 35 years in this community. Public safety, to me, is very important, and I'm sure it's important to most of your constituents here in the community. I think that the fact that the police department hasn't had a raise yet, I do not understand how that could be. I'm sure somewhere that you're working on that. However, every other department, I understand, in the town has gotten a raise already. The police department has diligent men and women who work out there 24/7. If you just take a look at the past storm, what they've done with that, of getting the cars off the street, making sure the streets are safe, making sure any accidents that people are well taken care of, and above all, public safety in the evening. I imagine that I've heard that the last couple of weeks or months or so, they've had a rash of burglaries at night where people are waking up and individuals are standing in their house at night. So we need public safety in this community. An OG like me definitely needs it, you know, to make sure that we're safe, and all the constituents, all the residents in the township, I'm sure that they want to be safe. So please, whatever the situation is, I don't know if it's an oversight, I don't know because of maybe the weather, I don't know if it's because of the holidays, that you haven't had an opportunity to sit down and work over that budget with the police department, please do so. Public safety, without them, your restaurants aren't going to be safe, the people aren't going to be safe, the schools aren't going to be safe. Nothing works without public safety. Keep up the good work, though, on your side. I know it's difficult, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening. I'm Dr.
Good evening.
Stevenson. How are you?
I'm
I
well,
live at
thank
88
you.
High Street. You met
Mhm.
my husband already.
Yes,
I'm not as
sir.
vocal as he is, though. I actually wanted to bring up 2 points. I moved to Montclair when I was 3 years old, so I am a graduate from the Montclair High School system, went through the full public school system, and saw this as a wonderful place also to raise my family. And I think the achievement gap has been present from when I was in school. And it's been an ongoing nightmare, not only for the students, but also for the parents that are here. And I think it is a big concern, not only for the Board of Education, but also then what does the role that the council members play in making sure that not only is the achievement gap discussed, resolved, but then now also the budget issue. Because the reason I live in Montclair, because it's a beautiful town, but it's becoming an unaffordable town. Because the taxes continue to go up, and where is the money going? How are we explaining this? What is your responsibility, not only for the citizens who live here, but also for the children who are here? This is supposed to be the future for the town members, and you are responsible for that. And it would be important for us to hear what your opinion is, as well as what is your resolution for this problem. And I look forward to actually hearing it from each of you individually, because I think it's an important discussion. And I think there's been too much quiet around this, because the achievement gap has been a discussion that's been on for years. And a lot of what the achievements are of these children is because the parents supplement. They have tutors, or they go to a private school system, or they just do it themselves. And that should not, that's important, but that should not be in place of having an excellent school system. This is why we moved here, for the people, but also for our kids.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please. Okay, seeing none other, we're going to, Okay.
Hi, Ellie Bagley,
Hey.
606 Grove Street. Guess why I'm here? I know that later this evening you're going to be voting on funding for the senior hub. We've been through a long process, once again. 1, 2, 3, third or fourth time, I can't even remember anymore. When we began the process, there were some high hopes that the possibility of a hub back here could happen. But as it turns out, once again, the space has been cut by more than half. There's not enough money in the budget to build out the whole space this year. So on and on we go. I just want to urge you to please consider incorporating funding for next year so that the entire space can be built out. But more importantly, as we move forward, please, at what point can we get a promise from this council that a senior center will be incorporated in plans moving forward? This has been going on since 2008. I've said it before, I'll say it again, we have lost people. People who were working on this project have passed away waiting for this to happen. So I'm just urging you all to please consider a senior center, a true senior center for all those aging in place in Montclair. Thanks.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Ann LaPelle. I live at 10 Crestmont Road, and I've lived here for over 50 years. My children went to the schools, and I've come before you many times before. Ellie and I didn't plan this. But I know you're here today to authorize bid 36 to fund the rehabilitation of one of the facilities, offices here in 205 Claremont, for yet another interim solution space for senior activities. I know fiscal exigency prevails. But please do not vote this, do not view this vote as a success for this council. Indeed, none of our seniors see it that way. However, after meeting with Manager Marks, it seems that this is the only way forward to alleviate serious overcrowding of our existing facilities in our times of fiscal crisis. But before you leave this council tonight, I am asking you to pledge to keep the quest for a permanent, fully outfitted senior center top of mind. The seniors have been in front of you too many times. Do not put the burden on us to thread this through the needle. It is your burden. You took away, now you must give back. I urge you to think about the potential of an alliance with the schools as they look at underutilized buildings. Perhaps there is a creative alliance that would give us access to space for a senior center. It could be a win-win situation. Truthfully, the seniors of Montclair do not want to be here year after year. It is up to you to secure a future path that future councils cannot undo. Given the track record here in Montclair, when that future ribbon cutting actually happens, many of us will have passed on. Please, keep this in your vision and make it permanent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Diane Anglin, 158 Orange Road, Montclair. Shout out to Dr. Stevenson, class of '84. Here for a couple of things. One, I want to thank you all as a council for your support of the Dr. Martin Luther King breakfast. I was there, and for this to be a priority for you all in the town is wonderful, and we want to shout out to that committee for keeping that going, so that was great. The other thing I wanted to talk about is that we are 5 months away from the summer, and I want to thank Deputy Mayor Susan Shenanderson for conversations about youth employment. I do wear another hat, and I work with Good Success Academies in Montclair. You may have seen our farm stand in the summer, but we train kids on resume writing and interview skills. The issue is that there's no jobs available. So Deputy Mayor and I were talking about looking into Montclair, possibly expanding jobs in Montclair. Dr. Baskerville, back in the day, we used to work with MNDC, and students were placed in different jobs and got stipends for that. And thank you, Dr. Baskerville, for many years of supporting youth employment, but we're back at almost zero. So I don't know how we can creatively do this. I know the county does pay students if they are placed in certain jobs, and maybe Montclair can be a hub for that. The other thing is that I'm thinking about, everybody complains about, oh, Montclair's turning into this restaurant town or development and this, but maybe if there's a commitment from restaurants to hire one teenager, then maybe they go on this list of, town buddies or something like that. And for I'm sorry to see our Director of Recreation leave. Michelle's been great, but the age is a little too high for counselors too. Maybe we can come to junior counselors. To be a lifeguard costs money, so I don't know if we can come up with different ways to get scholarships for young people, but I'm here for it. However we can help. I know Mr. White, who works for the town, I met him at one event, but if we can come up with a way to create a pathway for young people to get employed, that'd be great. The last thing is that, one sec, no, I only got 3 minutes. Finding a way, Councilor Toller, about, I know maybe you've been contacted by Dr. Alfred Davis's family about keeping his legacy alive as well. And there's been a charge to see if we could name that area the Dr. Alfred Davis Plaza or something in the South End area. The reason why it's important is because he was instrumental in many things that revitalized the South End, helped with culture and things like that. So if we could think of a way to do that, I'd appreciate it. But the kids first. Thanks. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please. Seeing none other, we're going to move forward, and my apologies, but I hope that the people who are going to do the Lackawanna development presentation are still here. And we welcome you forward for the presentation and discussion. We're going to take a 5-minute break, give you guys an opportunity to get set up, and then we'll be happy to move on. Everyone, please stay and listen to the discussions, because I'm sure a lot of the things that you will be interested in also. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. At this point in time, we're going to move on to the Lackawanna redevelopment project between the township and BDP Holdings, LLC. And welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councilors. My name is Neil Zimmerman. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Waters, McPherson, McNeil, and we have the privilege of being redevelopment counsel to the township for Lackawanna and other redevelopment projects. The background of this is that BDP Holdings was conditionally designated as the redeveloper by resolution R24-16 on September 24th, 2024. When I say conditionally designated, they were designated subject to the execution of a redevelopment agreement. What is a redevelopment agreement? A redevelopment agreement is an agreement between the township and the redeveloper as to what will be built on what timetable and other required matters. This is customary practice. You don't want to designate a redeveloper without knowing what the heck he's going to build. So it's very typical, customary in fact, for the developer to be designated subject to the execution of a redevelopment agreement. And we negotiated a redevelopment agreement, a draft agreement, under the direction of the Economic Development Committee and then the full council with the assistance of Mr. Marks and Ms. Talley. In this particular case, the redeveloper proposes to build the project in phases. This is also fairly typical for a project of this size. Exhibit B to the redevelopment agreement shows the phases which the redeveloper and the township have agreed on. That exhibit shows 4 phases to the west of Grove Street and 2 phases to the east of Grove Street. They're interrelated because infrastructure on the west side needs to be brought over to the east side in order to service this. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a highlight on this. Ms. Talley is going to go into the proposal in more detail. The redevelopment agreement also has a timetable, Exhibit D. It's a timetable on which the project will be built. The redeveloper anticipates that the project will take 6 to 8 years to fully build out. That allows for lease-up time as well as construction. And the redevelopment agreement is crystal clear that the supermarket must be in the first phase. That was from day one. That was a requirement, and the redeveloper is amenable to that. It also has the covenants that are required by the state redevelopment law. These covenants end when a certificate of completion is issued. Certificate of completion is the gold standard for any redeveloper. It's what terminates his obligations under the redevelopment agreement. The certificates will be issued by phase as the project is built out. There are specific provisions in the redevelopment agreement as to the public benefits that will accrue to the township from the redevelopment. Foremost among this is the required 20% affordable housing and the required 10% workforce housing. There are also provisions as to the use of the main plaza in front of the supermarket for municipally sponsored events, and a requirement that the redeveloper will need to maintain the historic resources. The redevelopment agreement is only the first step in the process. The redeveloper still needs to get all the required governmental approvals. The redeveloper advises us that he intends to file for site plan approval within 6 months after the redevelopment agreement and the pilot financial agreement are signed. So in summary, the approval of the redevelopment agreement will be an important first step in the process, but it's only a first step. There's still a long road ahead. They still need to go to the planning board and as well as get all their other required governmental approvals. But this gets the process started. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Talley, who'll tell you more about the specifics of what the redeveloper is proposing and then my partner, Joe Ragno, will explain a little bit about the pilot, and then finally Mike Hanley will, who's the township's consultant as to the finances of the pilot. We'll get into those details for you and the public. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and members of the public.
Good evening.
I just want to give a refresher of what is in the Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment plan, because it was adopted in May of 2024, so it's been quite a while since the plan was adopted. The redevelopment agreement was crafted to implement and reflect various components of the redevelopment plan. So the first slide I have displayed tonight is the regulating plan that is in the redevelopment plan. It embraces the concept plan that the redevelopment plan was developed to advance. This regulating plan identifies 5 buildings. You'll see building A, B, C, which are on the west side of this project, of this 8-acre project, and buildings D and E, which are on the east side. So this regulating plan identifies where these buildings are located. It ties very closely to the phasing plan, which, if I get this correct, the phasing plan will start on the east side. I'm sorry, start on the west side with buildings A. As Mr. Zimmerman may have said, the construction of the supermarket, which is a particularly important component of this redevelopment plan, will start in the very first phase. And that is, that is in the very first phase with building A right here. Also in that phase is the rest of building A, which does include the parking associated with that building. The office space, however, that is associated with that building will be structured but not completed, because it's not anticipated for that to be completed until the final phase, which is the red phase shown on here. The second phase will be, or phase B, will be building B, which is the building that fronts on Glenridge Avenue. That building includes mostly residential and some retail at the first level, as well as associated parking. And I believe part of the office space that's on the west side is also included in that building as well. Buildings D and E will be phase 2, 2A and 2B. Those are the residential / retail buildings that are on the east side of Grove Street. And those will be completed after phases 1A and 1B, which is buildings A and B, are completed. The third phase is the building C, which is an office building here at the corner of Grove Street and Bloomfield Avenue. And then the fourth phase will be the office component, which would in the upper floors of buildings A and B. All of this is included in the redevelopment agreement is a timetable. A and B will be which are shown in blue here, will be done in the first 3 years of after start of construction, whereas buildings C and D and E, or which are shown in green, will be started after buildings A and B are completed, and will essentially go from years 4 through 8. Building C is shown in the orange color here. And then the office component, which is on the top of mostly building A, partially part of building B, will be in phase 4. So this kind of gives you an idea of how this project is intended to be completed. It's not going to take forever. We had a very definitive time frame incorporated into the redevelopment agreement. We also included in the redevelopment agreement a discussion of the benefits, because I know there's many questions about why are we doing this, what are the public benefits that are associated with this. So we identified them in the redevelopment agreement. Again, it includes the 20% set aside for affordable housing. We will be getting 60 units of affordable housing in this project. In addition to that, 10% of the units are reserved for workforce housing. Those are for households that make between 80 and 120% of area median income. So those units will be reserved as well. We'll get the supermarket pursuant to the redevelopment plan. It'll be between 30,000 and 50,000 square feet in size. The redevelopment plan is pretty specific about what the definition of a supermarket is, and that definition is reinforced in the redevelopment agreement. It means it's a multifunctional supermarket that serves the needs of the majority of the residents. It's not just a single brand or a limited grocery store. We have specific historic preservation objectives and requirements in the redevelopment plan. They're referenced in the redevelopment agreement. Preservation of the many structures on this site that were identified in the redevelopment plan and incorporated by reference in the redevelopment agreement. It includes construction of a bike lane. The way it's designed is a cycle track along the Glenridge Avenue roadway within the right-of-way. We anticipate require the expansion of the cartway on Glenridge Avenue to incorporate a cycle track at that location. Again, the developer will be required to put in that cycle track, that two-way bike lane on Glenridge Avenue adjoining their property. It requires construction of a bus shelter on Bloomfield Avenue, and it incorporates the enhanced architectural design standards that are included in the redevelopment plan. Absent a redevelopment plan, we do not have the ability to hold the developer to the stringent design standards that we do have in this document. And it is quite thorough, and one of the other benefits of the redevelopment process. The other significant benefit, which we have included in the redevelopment plan, and again is referenced in the redevelopment agreement, is the public open space. Not just identifying the public open space as it's identified in the redevelopment plan, but committing the developer to making the main plaza, which is this area here. It's the area that will be in front of the supermarket and adjacent to the historic waiting room. That main plaza has to be available for public events. So we've defined that in the redevelopment agreement to reinforce the fact that this is public open space. It's available for public events, including township events. The other public open spaces that are identified in the redevelopment plan and in the redevelopment agreement include the station area redevelopment plan, the station area plaza. And I have to say that we included these concept plans for these open space areas in the redevelopment plan because we want to make sure that the developer is held to the designs that were presented to the township, including not just the hardscape, not just the plaza areas, but also grassy areas and a lot of the landscaped areas that are associated with these open space areas, these plazas. This is the Linear Arts Plaza, which is on the east side, the east side here. And then I think that is it. Yes, for the public benefits. So I would like to just wrap up the discussion of the redevelopment agreement to say that this is one step in a multi-step process. The resolution that has been drafted requires the developer to submit a site plan to my department, going to the planning board to start the site plan review process, which would be the next step in this process, which will probably take quite 6 months to a year before the planning board, before we actually get to the approval stage. So I'd like to bring up Mike Hanley to talk about the financial aspects of the redevelopment agreement, the financial agreement. Joe, did you want to go to?
Well, I was going to.
I'm sorry.
But you stole my thunder.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Planner. Good evening.
How are you? I'm Mike Hanley from NW Financial, representing the municipality. You know, in addition to the redevelopment agreement, we are looking at a financial agreement related to this project. There are a couple of important things we review. First and foremost, whether a financial agreement and the assistance associated with that is necessary for a project like this. As Janice clearly described, the redevelopment plan and redevelopment agreement were very important to the municipality, and you worked on them for years to get to a place where you are getting the public amenities and the improvements and the type of development you want on this site. And it's a very complex development that includes historical improvements, rehab of an existing building, infrastructure improvements, and that can create a very expensive project. There are projects throughout the state that are facing challenges similar to this, but this is very difficult because it has all of these high cost items. And while revenues have increased across development types, particularly residential and industrial, not as much as it relates to office, they have not kept up with the costs, with interest rates, and with the challenges associated with this site. So you can see on the screen, you have an investment here that will be over $300 million in your community. It's a major investment. And if it were conventionally taxed, it would have a negative project value, a yield on cost that was below 5%, neither which are economically desirable for an investor. Even with your assistance, and we think the terms that have been negotiated here, and we'll go through them on a later slide, the economics are not strong for the project, even if you determine that you want to move forward with this financial agreement. You can see the yield on cost is just over 5%, and you do have a slightly negative net project value. Now, this developer wants to move forward under these terms and believes that the performance of this project will exceed what's expected and what's projected, and is willing to take financial risk to cause that to occur. But, you know, myself and my firm have reviewed this project, and we think there is no doubt that financial assistance is justified. We can go on to the next slide. So, you know, why would a municipality ever do something that is different from conventional taxes in the context of causing a project to move forward? And the first reason, after the development reasons and the policy reasons for getting the project that you would like to occur, is financial, and it's to generate more revenue than you're getting today. You know, this project is generating something like $400,000 in taxes to you, and that is, you know, you have gotten through the redevelopment project because it is an underperforming site in your municipality. When it's fully built out, that $400,000, even with your financial assistance, will generate over $2 million in annual service charge, which is colloquially known as a pilot. You know, the financial agreement does not mean that the developer does not pay. The developer does pay, but instead of paying as a conventional taxpayer, the municipality becomes a partner in the project, and they are paid based on the revenue that's generated there. So you will be paid based as a percentage of revenue generated on the project. That percentage of revenue is tested, and you will receive an audited financial by a licensed auditor in the state of New Jersey each year that identifies exactly the amount of revenue that's generated and determines whether or not the projected tax payments are sufficient. And if the revenue is in fact greater, you will receive a true-up payment that is in excess of what you billed. And as you can see, this assumes the whole project is built at once, but the existing taxes of $16 million can be turned into over $100 million over a 30-year term. So we'll go on to the next slide. The pilot is calculated two ways, and there are some acronyms on the screen. They're the two left columns. As I discussed earlier, you have the percentage of gross revenue. So whatever the developer brings in revenue, you are entitled to a percentage of. And I would say the terms that have been negotiated here are very favorable to the municipality as it relates to what are received in other pilots around the state. Starts at 10% for 5 years, increases to 11% for 5 years, goes to 12.5% through year 20, and then 13.5% from year 21 to 30. There's also a second test in the column. We call it OAT. It's otherwise applicable taxes. So if the percentage of applicable taxes that is implied in the particular year is greater than the percentage of revenue, that's what you will receive. There's an additional protection for the municipality in these agreements. The developer will have to form a limited dividend entity such that if the developer exceeded the maximum profits under the statute, those profits would have to be paid back to the municipality. All of those things are protections and benefits for the municipality, but you are a partner in the project, and its success is your success. That is the end of the summary, and happy to take questions around the financials, or I'm sure Joe and Janice can answer other questions around the documents or the plan.
Counselor, we'll start with Counselor D'Amato.
I just have a small question. Thanks for coming out, Mike. There's also the tax on the land itself stays as a separate stream, is that correct? Or some portion thereof?
Yeah, so the calculation will determine the total amount of dollars that are received. The land will not be exempt, so the project will pay land taxes throughout the time it exists and has a pilot. Those land taxes will be credited against the pilot payments that are made. Mm-hmm. Each portion of the project, the credit will only apply to the portion of the projects that is complete at any particular time. So if 20% of the project is complete, 20% of the land tax will be credited against the pilot, and the balance will continue to be land taxes. Okay. And then eventually, when it's 100%, there will be a credit for the land tax portion, and the balance will be paid as the remaining pilot portion.
And if you were going to simplify that for people at home, it just means that basically they still pay, but there's essentially a refund for it.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I have another question, which is a bigger one, which is that we're looking at columns of numbers. These are all projections.
Correct.
These are all projections. How would you characterize the probability of these numbers being accurate. I think I totally trust. I actually very much trust your judgment.
All projections are not accurate,
right? Especially about the future, right?
Yeah,
I think as Yogi Bear said,
the assumptions that underlie the numbers are fair. We took a look at all the types of rents that are being collected and agree that they are reasonable rents across the development types and are likely to produce this type of a revenue stream when built out. Now, they assume that rents will grow, which is consistent with our historical experience. But they could grow faster, they could drop, they could grow more slowly. We are going to be a partner in the revenue stream, and to the extent the developer does better, we will do better as well.
Thanks.
Councilor Harrison?
Just to follow up, so currently, roughly what is the breakdown between the land taxes and the taxes on improvements on the property?
I would have to check. The total taxes are $400,000 now. But I have to look at how it's split currently. But as each piece is developed, it will receive a new assessment, both as it relates to land and improvements.
And the land tax will continue to be paid the same as it is now in broken down county, schools, municipal budget, based on however that breakdown is for that year. Is that correct?
Correct, and the land taxes will increase, as a result of new entitlements and improvements over time.
Okay, and what is your guess when the pilot payments will start? When they wouldn't start until the supermarket is built and generating revenue. Is that correct?
Correct. The annual service charge begins when you have temporary COs on the building and revenue is being generated.
And based on your experience, about how long is that likely to take from now?
24, 36 months.
Okay. Nothing further.
Deputy Mayor?
Maybe you may have actually asked my question. Yes, but I do, it's related. Number one, the agreement, maybe you can sort of break it down into layman's terms for the people at home. So it says in section 4.1 that the entity is supposed to pay us an annual amount equal to the greatest of the minimum annual service charge, or a percentage of, the annual gross revenue equal to X percent, or the annual service charge related to the staged adjustment. So does that mean that, can you just explain in layman's terms what that means? And also, my other question was, when would we start to realize, when would we be able to anticipate getting the first?
Yeah, so, in the short term, we're going to be relying on the percentage of gross revenue. That's how we will be paid. The percentage of otherwise applicable taxes really wouldn't be likely to kick in until towards the end of the payment stream, but it will be tested each year to determine, initially it's 0%, so it doesn't, it would not be in those years, but in years where it gets to 60% or 80%, that might be higher than the percentage of gross revenue.
Councilor Tobler?
Well, I think this has already been asked and answered, but, well, I know I've asked it in the past, and I know the answer, but I'm trying to put it on the record here.
Sure.
Will there be separate pilots on both residential and commercial?
Well, there are phases, so the phases of it is one pilot, but it will start at different times by phase.
So then it's just one lump sum, basically, right?
Portions of the project will start at and finish at different times because they're completed at different times, but it is one global agreement.
Okay. And did you mention that there's a negative 6.7 million in this project value, something about a deficit? Did I mishear that?
Yes, if everything goes as projected, the developer is investing in a project that is right around a break-even project. That's not the goal of most developers. This developer is taking risk on future performance that is not typical.
And maybe you can't answer this. This probably might be more for the developer, which we can't really ask now. Since you mentioned that, I'm just wondering what upside would an investor see to help make up this deficit? And this may not be in your wheelhouse, so if there's...
I mean, there are incentives in the world that a developer could pursue, whether it's tax credits of various kinds or other grant monies in the world. There's also just the hope that this project outperforms what is a standard projection, and that the believing in this municipality and the way it will act will turn out better than what is expected.
Thank you.
Councilor Birmingham?
Thank you very much for being here. Do you mind, just for the public and to refresh us, this process, we looked at, and you described the projected cost to build, and then you look at, because these are not done pro bono, these are done for people to make money, frankly, and then you looked at like the internal rate of return, and as you said, the projected IRR right now is lower than what is ideal for investors, correct?
Correct.
And we did, just so everyone knows, we did independently verify, like we asked for we had our own firm verify these projected costs to make sure that they weren't being...
That's right. You had a professional cost expert come in to evaluate whether, for some reason, if these were inflated such that it would make the project appear to have more need than it did.
Right.
And they didn't, they did not think the costs were inflated. If anything, they thought they were aggressive.
Okay, right. So, and then can you just describe a little bit more what you believe are the challenges? I know, it's building on a historic site, it's building over water, it's building with old infrastructure, it's building in the face of litigation. In other words, to get to the pilot numbers that we have, if you just look flat at the pilots, not the numbers, you may look and say, why aren't they what this other project, that in Princeton or in Montclair, like Montclair 15 years ago, why aren't we getting these same percentiles? Can you just explain a little, and it is coming back to this whole idea that the IRR and the yield is
sure.
already,
I mean,
but
like to try to come up with a simple example that is easy to understand, right? Like we could look at two projects next door to each other, right? And if this project has perfect land that's buildable today, and this other project has a remediation issue, even though they're next door to each other and they're building the same exact building with the same exact revenue stream, the project that's on a perfect site that's ready to build would have a different set of economics than this project that has cleanup, right? And so one project could have no need and the other project would have need. This project has lots of needs because it's a rehabilitation of an existing building, because there are historical challenges, because the municipality required certain types of improvements to be put on the project. You know, between 10 and 20% of the project costs probably come from those needs, the infrastructure, the historical needs, the public space, et cetera. And when you drive up the cost of a project, it drives down the global economics of that project. And I mean, I can tell you the environment generally in the world has caused far more projects to have need than did 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And that's, you know, there are a number of cost items that have increased in a way that exceeds the value of the revenue increases. So interest rates went from, you know, developers borrowing at 3% on construction loans to 9%, 10%. The cost of materials, we had a global pandemic, right? It's getting the getting products to move around the world again has been significantly impacted by that. And we're having tariff issues and labor. The cost of labor has gone up significantly. So, I mean, there are places and municipalities that had never given a pilot before 2020 that are giving them now, despite the fact that we've all seen, whether it's rents or costs of for sale product, a significant increase on the revenue side. It hasn't outpaced the challenges of getting projects done.
Mm-hmm. And can you just clarify, the land tax credit, is it on just the residential property, or is it on all of it? Because I thought it was maybe just on residential. No.
The commercial pieces, the land tax cannot be exempt. You would have the opportunity to exempt the land on the residential pieces. The statute allows that, and that'll be determined by you.
Deputy?
When you spoke about the increased costs, what factors into that? Would we also be factoring in costs of compliance with regulations, associated with regulations, state regulations, environmental regulation?
Well, certainly environmental regulations impact the cost of constructing projects. There have been some meaningful increases in the past 5 years associated with flooding and fire protection that have caused building to be more expensive.
Anyone else up here? We're good on that end? Yes. Yes. Councilor Harrison?
Just to follow up on Councilor Birmingham's question, but the financial agreement does not exempt the land the residential properties are located on from.
It does not, as it's right.
Okay. Members of the public that wanted to ask a question? Yes.
Hi, my name is David Greenbaum, resident of Montclair since 1966, former Historic Preservation Commissioner. I've been very involved with this Lackawanna project for quite some time. I carry with me a great deal of institutional knowledge of the history of the project and the development plan. I have a question in terms of gross revenue, the top line revenue number for which our income for the township, the benefit to the township. Are there any offsets to those revenue figures for which we are entitled to our percentage that would be in the form of, let's say, tenant rent abatements or build-out expenses, do any of those affect the revenue figures in terms of the actual gross numbers coming to the township?
Yes, reimbursable expenses are often deducted in the gross revenue calculation.
So what you're saying is that if we brought in a supermarket and we, as an incentive to bring in the supermarket, if the landlord gave them, let's say, 2 years of free rent, or that would be a deduction in revenue if it was a free rent, right?
Well, yes, there would not be revenue if it was free.
Okay. And if they do any build-out, let's say, for example, they put in a $2 million offset to build out the space, would that in any way represent an offset to the revenues for which the township is entitled?
That should be in the costs and not create an offset.
So the cost of construction, even if it's a tenant fit-out?
I mean, it'll depend on the leases as they go forward. But
Right, but don't you think it's important to clarify for our purposes of evaluating our revenue projections in terms of the anticipated revenues for the township, that we understand from an accounting point of view what offsets could be, in fact, deductions from the revenues the town would be entitled to?
yes.
And so what methods do we have in place to protect us so that all these potential types of offsets, abatements, and other types of incentives for tenants do not work against the best interest of our community?
I think the developer wants to receive as much revenue as possible. We are, as we said, a partner of the developer in this project. So to the extent they're not receiving net revenue, they're harming themselves more than the municipality.
But it is customary to offer abatements and other types of incentives to attract tenants.
Yes,
So that perhaps could forestall revenues to the township.
certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Greenbaum. At this point in time, I'm going to try to get some other questions. If other people in the audience want to ask a question, and we're going to try to, give like maybe one, maybe two questions, and just see what the time looks like here. If there are people, thank you. How are you today, Ms. Malloy? Thank you for
Fine,
being
thank
here.
you. Hi, my name is Deirdre Malloy. Just have a couple of questions about the pilot schedule and the time frame in which, first I'll ask the time frame in which you think this would be stabilized.
That's what you asked.
It's going to be developed over many years, as described in the redevelopment plan. 8 to 10 years, the office spaces will obviously need tenants before they're built out. So, we don't know exactly when the revenue will come in.
Okay.
But certainly it doesn't come in if the project doesn't start.
I'm aware of that. I have a real estate development background, and I just wanted to ask the question so that people who do not can get clarity on, get clarity on that. So with regard to the pilots, at what point do you think they'll start to trigger income? At what phase of that time frame you just mentioned?
As soon as pieces of the project are completed, there will be income. So I would say 24 to 36 months, there's going to be revenue coming into the municipality in excess of what is currently received.
So then potentially within 24 to 36 months, a portion of the project will be operational. And based off of the pro forma then, you'll be able to tell the township what phase and what portion of the development will be operational to deliver what you just described.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, obviously it will require actions in the future, but there is a phasing plan, and in each phase there are specific amounts of development that are expected to be completed.
And you expect the development to be completed, correct me if I'm incorrect, within 36 months?
No, that was when revenue will begin.
When do you expect the project to be
The
completed?
entire project is on an 8 to 10
10
years
Okay.
timeframe.
No, I'm aware of that. I'm just trying to do the math in my head.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ariel Eckstedt, Montclair resident. I just want to be clear, did I understand that the pilot is a 10% pilot? No?
But by-
The pilot begins at 10%, but it increases throughout the term of the pilot.
And 10%, is it correct that 10% is the minimum of a pilot can be?
Well, there are ways to go below the minimum, but 10% is the minimum anticipated in the long-term tax exemption law, and it can last for all 30 years, which it does not.
Okay, so we are in the middle of a town crisis right now with our schools.
Your mic just went off, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We are now, as everybody knows, in a town crisis regarding our schools. There is all kinds of discussion about pilots right now, and I would like to invoke the memory of my friend Joan Pransky, who asked why there is even a pilot on this project, and to have it be the minimum when the town is going through this and we need money for our schools. I just cannot understand. I'm not even addressing my other concerns with the plan, but I'm shocked that this is starting at a 10% pilot. I'm just shocked.
Thank you.
May I?
Can he just clarify, Mr. Hanley, if you can just clarify the pilot program or the steps
Yeah,
involved?
so
Thank you.
as I said, it is not the minimum throughout the term. In fact, it increases significantly throughout the term. It does start at 10%, but increases at regular increments over the 30-year period. Additionally, when a town has financial needs, the best way to protect the existing taxpayer is to add taxpayers. And this revenue stream will be revenue that is not being generated from the existing property today and will offset costs that would otherwise have to be paid by the existing taxpayer, which is everyone here.
And can we just?
Councilor Birmingham?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. Can we just spell out, it's 10% for 5 years, correct?
Thank you.
And,
That's what I was looking for.
and that is what is called typically the stabilization phase, where it is typical that it is, and we've talked about this. We pushed back on this. 10%, it's 10% for 5 years, 11% for the next 5 years, 12.5% for the next 10 years, and then 13.5% for the next 10 years. That's what it is, right?
That's correct.
Year
And as
2030,
described,
yep.
this is the type of project that the redevelopment law was designed for. It's projects that would not otherwise be completed, that you can't get more revenue from or meaningfully more revenue from, or the type of development that you want for your community. And you've gone through this process for years to get to this point, not just to generate revenue, but generating revenue is an important part of this decision. So it's the development type, turning a non-productive property into a more productive property, and generating revenue that offsets costs for existing taxpayers. Those are the reasons you would participate in this process if you choose to, and none of you have voted on anything, so you will have the opportunity to introduce, and if you introduce, adopt an ordinance. But those would be the reasons to do it. And if you could get 14%, that would be better, but it wouldn't get the project built. So that's the choice you're being asked to make. And, you will make it one way or the other, but it's not the economics of this project don't support a more aggressive pilot, and frankly could support a less aggressive pilot and be justified.
Councilor D'Amato, please.
Mr. Hanley, you are our advisor.
I am your advisor, yes.
Have you, in the process of looking at this, calculated, so if we get $2 million, 2.2 or whatever it is, in that range of predictabilities, that's top line revenue. That also has costs associated with it, correct?
It does, yes.
How can residents best conceive of the costs versus, it's not pure profit, as it were? Most importantly, or sort of most obviously, there are 300 housing units that are associated with it. Those will have costs associated with it. Do we have a benchmark of how we treat the costs associated with providing municipal services to one housing dwelling?
We do.
And which
so
is?
There is a state model called the FAF model that we review and evaluate a cost per resident. I would say it mostly overstates costs to you, because you are building an infill development in a part of town that you've been providing services for as long as Montclair has existed. And government is much more like a toll good than an incremental cost good. But we do evaluate the costs, and the costs here the revenues will be significantly in excess.
What is, if I can
of the
ask, just
costs.
ballpark, you don't have to look at your notes. What would be that benchmark price per unit?
It's done on a per resident basis, but it's I think between 300 and 400 for this project. I'd have to look back.
And in terms of so we have a type 2 school district, which means that our finances are substantively separated. However, it is something that we have to think about, especially at this time. What would we project would be the number of children that would be in those 300 units?
The number of children in the units is probably for this project between 20 and 30. The unit mix is largely small. It's between many studios and one bedrooms, which don't tend to produce any children. Rutgers has studied, tens of thousands of units throughout the state and continues to produce reports and update those reports that identify an expected number of children per unit.
So 20 to 30 out of 300.
Yeah.
So
we did 2 fiscal impact studies, which I believe are available on the website, which I can forward to you.
Yeah.
I don't have them with me tonight, but we did do that analysis of the project.
Yeah.
Okay, so 20 to 30, let's say it's 25.
Okay.
And that, if you take the local tax levy for the schools, it's approximately $21,000. So that's about probably $600,000.
I would not use the local tax levy as the test on a per student basis, because your tax levy incorporates all the costs of your schools.
Not an incremental cost.
A significant amount of those costs are not classroom costs, right? You have large amounts of administration. I have the number, but your cost per student for classroom instruction is, I think, in the $12,000 or $13,000 range.
And is that part of the fiscal impact studies that we have? Is that included? It is. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanley. We're going to move on now because we have quite a robust agenda. So the next thing that we have on our agenda for the evening under presentations and discussions would be the establishment of school township committees.
Yes, Mayor, and I know we do have a full agenda today, and so just briefly, I think as a council, we have been discussing the idea of forming a joint school township committee to acknowledging that we are much interlinked, even though we do have separate budgets, we are much interlinked. So I think we are in discussions with the school district to do this. It would be to explore shared services, use of buildings, field space, redevelopment plans, and sharing of pilots. The committee itself would have no power. It is just a deliberative information body, exploring things. And so that is where we are. We are in conversation, and so we should be able to have a resolution soon. Again, it is, at this point, we are thinking it will be members of council, school board, and potentially members of staff of both town and then members of, and the school district, and members of the public will be invited to participate and you know, if there are some that are interested in shared services or some that are particularly interested in pilots, and we would be able to involve them on an ad hoc basis. So that's where we are. I just wanted to, you know, we can discuss that now. But again, in the interest of time, I just want to keep it short.
Yeah.
Councilor Toler?
Sure. Thank you for that update, Councilor Birmingham. I know that I emailed you requesting that we should really consider adding residents with some experience, expertise, and knowledge in both municipal government and school government. I don't know if best use of those type of residents would be for ad hoc if we're really trying to come to some resolve. I think it's really imperative that we invite them to the table. We're not going to be voting, we're having discussions. Is that correct, to come up with something?
Right, yeah. And I think it's acknowledged that we do want public input. I think to start off, at least, we would be looking to keep it with among council, school board, and staff to sort of not go through who exactly is going to be appointed to this body, because already it will be almost 10 people on it if we just are going with, you know, it'll be big enough already. So it is, we definitely want public participation, and again, it is deliberative, so anybody can always, you know, give opinions and share insights. But that's what our thoughts are now, and again, it is open for discussion, for sure.
I just wanted to put
And
that.
I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the size of the committee shouldn't really be a determining factor on who sits at the table.
Right.
I think
No.
bringing the right people to the table to make informed decisions and get the work done instead of doing the work twice, because now you need to seek out whomever, however.
And to be honest, to get it started, I want to just, you know, get it started. And then I think we can evolve as we go in terms of if it does seem like it's appropriate. Again, it's not, because it's not a power. There's no voting, you know, it's really
you're just trying to get the most experienced people, knowledge, information to make the best informed decisions.
I hear you, and
thank you.
We'll definitely.
Thank you very, very much for moving this forward. As we discussed in the Finance Committee, I thought it would be a great place to start with the Finance Committee, who's already dealing with the finances, and some individuals are already meeting with members of the board to try to discuss shared services. So I applaud you for putting things down, and I really would like to have the consideration given to the Finance Committee. There are 3 individuals there who work tirelessly to try to, figure these things out, every bit of the finances. And so I just want to make sure that that's not dismissed as we move forward with the discussions.
I agree, finance should be a part of the committee, but there's also operations, there's process and procedures. All those type of things have to be brought to that committee. So it's not just the money, if you will, Mayor, to just be respectful, to just keep in mind that this is really more of an operational process and procedure. And you will need people at the table that understand the school district operations and procedures, not just the money.
And I think that we would definitely have that with the members of the Finance Committee. Anyone else? Councilor D'Amato?
Yeah, I just want to thank Councilor Birmingham for working on that hard, and would say that the discussions that people have had about the sharing of non-tax revenue, aka pilot revenue, that the best practices that were suggested to us by people like our financial advisor and others was to work around a committee and a shared service framework that would regularize it. And I would also like to say hi to our Superintendent Turner, who is spending a night here. Thanks for coming.
I didn't even
doing the
see her
work.
there. Wow.
Yeah. We'll
But
push
look,
ahead.
she's in the right place because a lot of people this evening were, discussing things that have to do with the board. Thank you for all that you do, Dr. Turner. I did not see you back there. Councilor Williams? Okay, so moving right along, now we're going to go to the pending ordinances on second reading. I'm going to open a hearing and public hearing without objections. Is there anyone who's present who wishes to be heard on pending ordinance 0-25-63? An ordinance amending Chapter 327, Vehicles and Traffic, establishing Article 9 for the sale and use of temporary no parking signs. Is there anyone present who wishes to be heard on this pending ordinance? Council members. Hmm?
Do you want to explain what it, I'm like,
Councilor Williams?
Councilor Williams. Yeah, so, folks, this is primarily, the genesis behind this was the use of temporary no parking signs in the central business district for the purpose of reserving spots so that certain establishments may have valet services in place. That really wasn't the intent of these temporary no parking signs, but there was no law in place that prohibited their use for such services. So this right here, this ordinance right here, prohibits the use of valet parking without authorization from the township via resolution, among other things. So the constituent that has been following up with us for several months will be very pleased. And just keep in mind with ordinances, if it does get approved tonight, there is a 20-day period until it becomes effective. So please, this is second reading.
Second reading,
So,
yes.
there you go.
Thank you very much. Okay. Madam Clerk, and I so move.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Harrison?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Pending ordinance 0-25-64, an ordinance amending Chapter 327, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3 of the Code of the Township of Montclair, Chapter 327-16, prohibiting parking at all times North Fullerton Avenue.
Thank you very much. Are there members of the public who wish to be heard on this pending ordinance? Seeing none, council members? So move.
So moved.
Second. Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Pending ordinance O-25-65, an ordinance amending Chapter 327, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3 of the Code of Township of Montclair, Chapter 327-20, time-limited parking, North Fullerton Avenue.
Are there any members of the public who wish to be heard on this? Please come forward now. Seeing none, members of the council, does anyone have any discussion on this? If not,
So moved.
second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Okay, now we're going to move on to new business ordinances. Members of the public, we do not invite you to come forward on these, but we will have a second reading, and at that time you will have an opportunity then. So let's just start with Counselor Toller, will you please?
Sure. This is new business ordinance, ordinance to amend Chapter 341-8, temporary service during building construction. I so move.
Second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Just a question, this, at the bottom that says deleted language, stricken new language, underlined, nothing is stricken or underlined. Is this totally rewriting this section of the ordinance?
Good evening. No, this is not totally rewriting this section. Essentially, what we're requiring contractors to do is add a meter to any construction water they're doing. Previously, in the past, they just had to pay a $90 fee for water with no meter. Since the end of 2024, the DEP has implemented a 15% unaccounted for water rule. So you only are allowed to have 15% of unmetered water. So what we're looking to do is reduce that any way we can.
Counsel, I'm
I have
sorry,
no
Counselor
problem with
Harrison.
this, with the substance of this. It's very difficult to know what's being changed when it isn't stricken and underlined to know what's different.
So
The purpose is fine.
The language we added was the meter and the backflow preventer. Everything else is exactly the same.
Thank you, Counselor Williams.
Yeah, my only question here is, I know that we provide water and sewer services for Glen Ridge, and I just want to know if they're going to pass a similar ordinance, because this has to deal with metered water and, construction and stuff like that, so.
So all of Glen Ridge's water is metered at 3 entry points into Glen Ridge, Lincoln Street, Bay Street, and Ridgewood and Watchung. So anything that would pass through those meters would already be metered on their end. So we are charging them for that, whether theirs is unmetered or not.
May I?
Thank you, Deputy.
So this is just only during construction or rehab of a property?
Yes.
That this is, so that this applies to?
So any service that a residential service, commercial service is required to have a meter as it stands. But previously during construction, they weren't required to have a meter. And the other thing we're doing to protect the system as well as the users of the system is to require a backflow preventer. So if there is a problem in the system, it creates negative pressure, and God forbid they have a hose into something, we won't suck whatever it is back into the system and create a larger issue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No.
Anything?
May I
No.
move? Anyone?
Was it moved? And there's a second. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. That's Counselor Williams. Ordinance to amend ordinance section 327.
All right, I'm done.
-5 vehicles, a one-way street code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey.
Oh.
This is going to create a one-way on Linden Avenue, and after about 20 years of trying to encourage people not to make an illegal left-hand turn there and cause a lot of distress for people that are trying to cross there, this is now a suggestion, and I so move.
Second, I'll third it.
Thank you. Discussion?
Just one thing.
Yes, Councilor Harrison?
Having observed people doing this maneuver for many years, I'm in support of this. I think it would be good for the township to pay attention to what changes people do that might divert traffic to other streets and may need fixes there as well. It's the logical thing to come around and then go down Granada, and Granada's not really a street to have a lot of traffic, just to monitor where people do if they...
I've been asking for signs since I got here. You know, I see it every day. I hear it from the residents. And
There's no question
this is a
it's
start.
needed.
It's definitely needed.
It is. Thank you. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Councilor Toller. It is a start, and I agree with you also wholeheartedly. Councilor Harrison. Yes.
Wait,
Councilor-
so Councilor Toller, you said
I'm
you've been
sorry.
at, I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm sorry.
Councilor Birmingham.
Sorry. You said you've been at, is this addressing that? Or
This is one of them, yeah,
Okay,
sure.
okay.
There are others, and when I say signs, I just mean regular signs, like 25-mile-per-hour signs being installed. You know, I counted 9 on Upper Mountain Avenue and none on Orange Road.
Oh, okay.
And so to further address, further answer your question, Councilor Birmingham, there are so many signs at this particular area, slow, you know, seniors crossing. There's maybe 6 or more signs there, some of which, thanks to Councilor Toller, some of which to then Councilwoman Baskerville, no turn, you know, and people just drive up to them and they continue to go there because they think it's like a thoroughfare to get to the parkway. But yeah, there's a bunch of signs there. Madam Clerk, please, roll call.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Councilor Williams, and I won't jump in this time. My bad. I couldn't help myself. 20
no,
years.
that was-
20 years, and I'm so sorry. Yes.
Are you reading the next?
Agenda F.
The ordinance that's attached is not the one that I finalized.
For which?
Okay.
It's,
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just received the packet right before the meeting, so I didn't see that it's not the one that I finalized.
Should we pull it?
Okay.
Pull it?
The
Um,
table.
All right.
We have to
Pull it.
table it.
All right, then. Until, when's our next meeting? The
10.
10th of February. Okay, moving on.
Ordinance.
And thank you, Attorney. Okay. Yes.
Ordinance to new business, ordinance to amend Chapter 3, Administration of Government of the Code of Township of Montclair, Essex County. Oh, this is the deputy mayor. Why is this in the ordinance?
I don't know.
This
And I don't
should-
even
this is
see
a-
it in
Should be a
here.
resolution, right? No? It's an
Okay.
ordinance?
Does it need to be renewed, the ordinance?
Someone asked, no, but someone asked the ordinance to be changed,
Is it to include the terms?
to include a term of 1 year.
Oh,
that
I
we can
see.
go to the council.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
I'll move this forward here, but I just, and I know I didn't ask for permission to start rambling yet, but I think that this needs some tweaking here, because my question when I read this at home was, when's the 1 year start? Does it start now? Does it start, it just needs some tweaking here.
Okay, and so I don't know if it's substantive, but when we came on, there was, some people remember things a little differently. So as to avoid that, this was in my mind, the way it was discussed, and it would be from the July time. So since we've now moved on into, we're in another period now, and so, you know, just to go to July, and then that way can be reconsidered. That person can be reconsidered again, or the council can, you know, reconsider another individual or what. But I was thinking that, and it's often used in many different municipalities, and it's been used here for a one-term period. And so should we just add in there to begin July, if that's when, you know, the beginning in July, whatever that meeting is. Like when we did this, right, we did it even before the first meeting. So I think to July, and then, you know,
July 1st to
yes,
June
Councilor
30th.
Toller, I'm sorry.
If he's looking for timelines, that's fine. I think if we all agree it's a year, July 1 through July 30th. And
Right.
the next appointment will be July 1.
Right. I don't know if that's substantive. That's substantive. Okay, so we will hold this and then
But
put it
we-
next time to, yes.
But we can make that change and introduce it tonight.
Okay,
This is on first reading.
thank you. All right. And so, did you move that?
I'll move it.
I'll second it. Discussion.
I'm against it. I don't think there's any, I think that there's like zero reason to put a fixed limit. You could make a resolution when you appoint somebody that there's a limit to it. You can always change the deputy mayor, but there's no, what's the gain? What's the problem that this solves? Aside from maybe some personal, you know, beefing, it just doesn't solve a problem, and it limits us.
I think
just
it's
doesn't-
equitable. I think it's an equitable way for anyone that wishes to serve, not just on this administration, future administrations. It gives
And-
it a fair play for every single person up here to have an opportunity.
And I'm not understanding completely your remarks about personal beefing. I will explain to you, when I thought about this, when we voted in July, some of us recall that it was supposed to be 1 year and then revisit, and some didn't. So as not to have confusion, and there's been confusion in other councils, and it's really not personal beefing about anyone, because if you listen to what's happening here, my thought is that since we've passed that 1 year time, we just move to 1 year, which would be July, which really gives an individual longer this time, because we didn't really have something in place. I don't want subsequent councils to go through this and not to have anything in place, so that they know that after a year they revisit that, and the council, you know, may wish to have someone else be considered, and they may wish not to. But I don't think there's anything, you know, it's not like beef with that, and it extends the time period that we some of us recall that we said before, because we just didn't do it after a year, right? So now I'm saying we go to July, and then at that time, if you or Eileen or anyone else wishes to be considered, I think they should be able to be considered.
Okay, I understand that's your position. From what I've seen and what I feel, it does feel like it's driven by the existing interpersonal circumstances. But more importantly, the question is, why is this position suddenly needing to be subject to a 1 year limit, when tonight on the agenda there are resolutions to reappoint people to positions they've had for 20 years? Why is it bad that a deputy mayor rolls into 14 months when, I mean, you know, when people have been in similar civic positions here for decades? And that's why it's a little incongruous. And I just feel like, I mean, I'm just not going to vote for it. I would vote for something that said that during a reorganization meeting, it could be done. That's a little more bland. But limiting one person to a 1 year term when this body has, if anything, gone out of its way to have extremely long tenures for people that serve in town, like wildly long. So it just doesn't sit right at all. But I would say that I think a common sense middle ground position would be to say that the deputy mayor will be appointed during the reorganization meeting.
Well, that's fine with me, and that actually should be once a year, and so,
That's
yeah,
fine.
so we can change the language if you like that better, and I appreciate your suggestion.
Okay,
You know,
good.
I think that's well
That's all
thought through.
cookies. We agree on something. That's awesome.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
it's not,
I think it's, I mean,
Yeah.
it's clearly substantive, so yeah, okay. But we could reintroduce and,
It was, yeah, I had requested if this could be vetted a little bit more
Okay.
time for the next meeting anyway, because I wanted to look
But if-
at.
well, it comes
other
out
people
to
wanted to
be,
think about
yeah,
it.
it comes out to be 1 year, and so I'd like to move this, and we already moved it and seconded?
Yes.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Yes, I just wanted to again say this is a more equitable way, and I think Councilor D'Amato a while back stated that he didn't like to see the same people being recycled to certain commissions or boards, if you will, and this is a perfect way to not do that.
let's do it for all of them.
We can.
Okay,
all serve
I'd like to hear from Councilor Harrison, please.
Okay, I have, since I thankfully wasn't part of the initial determination,
Right.
I have a different take on this. One, I totally disagree with Councilman D'Amato on, it is highly beneficial for people willing to serve, sometimes not, but frequently to have people serve for long terms. And I'm not of the view that automatically the deputy mayor should be changed every year. But what the existing ordinance says, serve a term to be determined by the council, which means at any point in time, the council can just say, hi, you've served 19 months, goodbye. And that's not a good thing.
Right.
I think people should be for a fixed, known term. And I think what's being proposed, not to say they can't be reappointed, but to say, at any point, a majority of the council can say, well, we don't like you as deputy mayor, goodbye. I don't think it's a good way to do business either. So I think changing it is good. I think changing it so everyone knows each July, we're going to vote, and
Could be the same person, could be a
it would
different
be
person.
the same person,
Right.
different person.
We agree.
Right.
Mayor,
I'm so
Were you
sorry,
finished?
Deputy, huh?
I'm sorry, was
Yeah,
Councilor Harrison
Deputy?
finished? Yeah, again, it goes back to what the issue is that we want to fix, and it sounds to me, it's not clear to me, based on the discussion, that the language as stated here is actually fixing the issue that we want to fix. So, I mean, somebody can suggest different language. We can have it read, appoint a deputy mayor each July, at July 1st, for a term of 1 year, and, you know, maybe make it explicit that whoever is appointed may be reappointed, like something a little bit more, because the way it reads, it's not clear the intent of the council. So that's my take on it.
Thank you, and I think that we established that the language, since this is on first reading, the language can be tightened up. I think that Councilor D'Amato suggested a time, and Councilor Toller suggested from July to July. You want to do it at the reorganization?
The reorganization meeting, it's fine. I mean, it's up to the
Reorganization.
attorney if she
I think
wants
you
to
can
keep
find the
notes.
language in any Faulkner Act thing as it applies to the mayor. In most of them, you just say, you know, at a reorganization meeting, the council will elect a deputy mayor.
I have no problem
Yeah.
inserting it, I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that I have the right statutes
Yeah.
and legal that pertains to the township in terms of the reorganization, because of,
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
I asked the attorney if she had the language she needed for this, and she said no, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Counselor Harrison said that we can go ahead because it's on the first reading. Is that not accurate?
We can, but my understanding is our attorney has requested time to make sure it is worded correctly.
Okay. All right. So,
I'm not on the spot.
I'm sorry?
Not on the spot. I'm not used to drafting.
I'm gonna request we table it
Well,
until the
yeah,
attorney
but I'm
has
not even
time.
going to respond to that because it wasn't on the spot when we got it. We could have done that, but thank you, Counselor Harris, and thank you, Attorney. And so I will table this until what's the date of the meeting?
February 10th.
February the 10th. And I'd like the language to be read from the reorganization meeting. And then we could probably have that corrected by, probably tomorrow. The next one, please. Who wants to do the next? Is that you, Deputy?
Bills list. So moved.
I'm sorry. You read it already. Bills list. Okay. Counselor Toller?
Yes.
I know you have something. Come
I
on.
just have one question.
Come on, Counselor Toller.
Excuse me, Mayor, can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to understand, there's a vendor here. It's for Granger, and one of the purchase orders is for paper towels for the Crescent deck. The use and the purpose, and they're portable heaters and garage heaters. Is that for the employees that work there? Okay.
Paper towels are probably for the restrooms that are there.
I don't know, I'm just asking.
Yes, the paper towels, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The paper towels are for the restroom. They're the rolls of paper towels like we have here
Okay.
for the bathroom, and the heaters were for the employees.
If someone else has another question.
Anyone have anything on the bills list, please?
I have a question.
Counselor Harrison?
I'll ask the manager. It's not affecting that we should be paying it. It's just, I was puzzled, and I'll ask him separately to.
And I just want to know, public service, are we up to speed in Verizon Wireless? Because I see public service payment on here, but I didn't see anything for Verizon Wireless. Has that been satisfied?
I believe there are arrears for Verizon. I'm not sure the status of PSE&G, perhaps. Anyone?
Because it was quite a bit of
I
money.
would defer to either Norma or Dee
What are you
Bartlett.
looking at? That's you, right?
Counselor, I could give you the PSE&G bills that are on the bills list are from two sets of payments. The last meeting, MSI was closed down. So these are from two separate payments. There's a number of bills pending. There'll be a number similar to this on the next bills list, but these represent mostly December payments that weren't on the bills list because MSI was shut down.
Thank you. I know, I see them here, and I know that we've been paying them every month, so thank you for that. But like I said, my question was about Verizon Wireless. It was like $250,000 or something that was owed. Has that been satisfied, or when will it be satisfied?
We're working on it.
It was moved and there was a second.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. This is, Counselor Williams, this is your night.
New business resolution of the Mayor and Township Council expressing support for legislation authorizing municipal use of traffic enforcement cameras. So moved.
Second?
So-
Discussion? Yeah.
So just to give a background to folks watching at home and folks sitting here, this is basically a resolution in support of the state legislature taking up legislation to allow for for traffic enforcement via cameras, which is currently not legal in the state of New Jersey. So, many folks that have come up to me that I've seen, I don't want to make it sound like it's a bunch of folks, but people have come up to me and said, hey, why can't, we put up cameras like they do in New York, or whatever case may be? Well, it's illegal. This will also help because we can't post a police officer at every problematic corner indefinitely. This would allow for, the traffic to kind of, the cameras to do the enforcement. I would envision traffic cameras around schools to enforce, the speed limit and things of that nature. So this is the intent here, and if this does pass, I know that, maybe not everyone is in support of this. If this does pass, then this resolution would go to our state representatives and also the governor.
Discussion, Councilor Toller.
Yes, I just have a question really more about the license plates readers, because when we had the police department here, they specifically stated that they were using them for one purpose, and I've heard from residents that they're being pulled over because their plates are being read, and we want to make sure that this is not going to tie into that, because, we say one thing and then we do the other all the time.
Well, this has to get into this right now has to get into the hands of our state reps, and there's going to be a long lead time before, something happens here with the state, with the license plate readers. I think we probably speak to Chief Conforti and discuss that issue. Somebody did come up to me and say that as well with the license plate readers, but, that's a totally separate issue.
No, I agree, but I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't going to be similar, because I did email the chief and the deputy chief, and I haven't heard back. So I just wanted to put that on the record for people at home.
Deputy Mayor?
So I am in favor of this resolution. I think it's consistent with our Vision Zero goals. Residents reach out to all of us about speeding. There's just an impossibility for police officers to be stationed at every single intersection and roadway. I hear of, cars passing school buses. So this is simply a resolution to ask that the legislature, as Councilor Williams said, takes this on. And I understand that there were bills already that were discussed by the legislature in the last couple of years, but didn't get any headway. Like Councilor Williams said, there are other states that explicitly allow them to, for instance, to enforce speed, or, some of them like limit the cameras to certain zones, like school zones or high crash, high injury zones. And this resolution as drafted also, asks the legislature to consider safeguards like limits on data retention and privacy and things that we ought to be concerned about. So it's not us enacting anything, it's just asking the state to consider taking this on. So I'm in support. I did request a few corrections, small non-substantive corrections. I emailed them earlier today, just some punctuation, and I would also suggest that we specify the names of the legislators that we want this to be sent to. So if those corrections are made, I would be in favor of, I think as long as those corrections.
So were they made? They were made.
Okay. May I?
And all of the legislators, right? Did you just want to do?
So, if you'd like, I can make a motion to amend it. I can make a motion to amend before we act on it. Okay? Is that all right with everyone? So the suggested changes are in the last whereas paragraph, replacing the semicolon with a period and striking the and. And then in the last paragraph, the last be it further resolved, it should read, Be it further resolved that the township clerk is directed to transmit a certified copy of this resolution to the governor of the state of New Jersey, Michael Sherrill, the president of the New Jersey Senate, Nicholas Scutari, the speaker of the New Jersey General Assembly, Craig Coughlin, and New Jersey State Senator John F. McKeon, and New Jersey State Assembly persons Rosara Begoli and Alexon Koyasoskill. That's it.
Yes, Councilor Williams.
And just one last thing, because I don't like to speak too much. I just want to thank
you've had a good time
Councilman
tonight.
D'Amato for being the co-sponsor of this resolution of support. So thank you very much.
I'm just trying to understand why we wouldn't send it to all of them. I know, who represents us. I know that very well, but I'm just trying to figure out why we wouldn't send a copy of it to all of them. I'm sorry, Councilor Harrison?
I am opposed to this resolution. I want to go through the reasons. One, it is a singularly ineffectual way to get any legislation passed to support a concept. Two, versus supporting specific legislation. And given that the legislature has not introduced a general bill repealing the existing statute, I'm not sure this goes anywhere. There were two bills in the legislature last year, both of which passed the Assembly and had appropriate safeguards to address privacy. They were specific, one to school buses, one to regular buses, to deal with the situation. They had the safeguards. To have a resolution that says that we urge the legislation to include safeguards to ensure privacy protection. If a bill goes somewhere, someone's going to wave, say, Montclair supports this, even if it doesn't have appropriate safeguards, and I would want to see what the safeguards are, and they're doing it. And forgetting general big brother concerns, my biggest concern is called ICE. And suddenly having cameras recording cars driving by, that's going to be available, no matter what they do, or I'd like to see what safeguards, that suddenly these very nice people who have decided immigrants are horrible people, being able to say, here's a license plate that was driving here, there's a person who entered the country improperly who owns that car, and being able to chase after them is something that I want to be very cautious before we start doing it. Also want to bring out a little practical concern. When the cameras were allowed, Newark had them, and what was discovered was their traffic lights did not have the proper timing of the yellow light. And so all the people who were issued a ticket for running a red light was invalidated because the traffic lights were not properly timed. So that would mean if we're going to do something in town, we're going to have to check every single traffic light and verify it is exactly 3 seconds of the yellow. Otherwise, it's a meaningless gesture, and that's an obligation we would have. So I think I would strongly supporting the two bills that were passed in the Assembly with the safeguards and doing that, and meeting with our legislators and say, would you do it, and can you put in these safeguards, and then supporting a bill doing it. But that other than the ICE concern, and this is a scary world we're living in, and I don't want to do anything that gives certain federal agencies an ability to track people that they do not currently have.
Councilor D'Amato and then Councilor Williams.
So I totally am fine and applaud Councilor Harrison in being very concerned about the civil liberties aspects of this. I think that that's totally square, totally fine. I would say we have already voted to have cameras that are going to be tracking cars in the form of the safety sticks. So it is, and I do not see how that would be different if it is our own loop. And more importantly, one of the reasons that's unsaid, I think even in the resolution, for why people in progressive communities support traffic cameras is because of their use as being anti-bias, because people don't get stopped for what they look like. The cameras don't care who you are. The cameras take a picture of the car, or they'll take a picture just of the license plate. And that is one of the reasons really people get behind it. And I just think that, so I understand your concerns. I think that that's fine. I also understand your point, and I take it very well to heart about, not having a lot of resolutions that are not about specific legislation. I think that that's quite compelling. I also think it's fine and maybe a good thing that we disagree and vote against each other on these things. I recall that I didn't vote for the Climate Superfund Act, and you didn't vote for the ranked choice voting one. So if you vote against it, it's in a great tradition, but I do like it on the margins. I think it's a positive thing to push.
Councilor Williams?
I'll go after him.
I'm sorry, Councilor Toller.
My stance on back and forth. I agree with everything that Councilman D'Amato said, and I'll yield to Councilor Toller.
Thanks. Councilor D'Amato, can you just clarify what you mean by people being pulled over? What was your statement again? You said something about these the cameras don't pull people over?
Yeah, in other words, like a general and very, I think, a fear that we all have, or reality, is that when people are pulled over by the police, it's the police are looking at who's in the car. And the point is that these cameras are automatic. They don't care who's in the car. They're taking a picture of the bottom of the car.
Yeah, there's no facts to prove that. Speaking as an African-American woman, I'm going to get pulled over 2 times more likely because of a camera than you.
A camera? Why?
No, I'm saying, you're saying it's not going to matter who's in the car.
Yeah.
That's not true. That's not true.
I don't
It's not
really
true.
understand what you're saying.
I know you don't, because you don't get pulled over like I do. Right?
Quick question.
I'm sorry,
What he's saying
Councilor
is, what he's
Williams.
saying is,
Yeah.
the camera doesn't matter who it's taking a picture of. So when the police get there, it's not going to matter who's in the car, and that's inaccurate.
That's not how the technology works at all. It's not real time. It takes a picture and then it mails it to your house, right? It mails the ticket to your house. So law enforcement is not actually on the scene, and the law enforcement that reviews the situation is in a station somewhere. So there's no interaction with the police actually.
And more than that, it's not a criminal.
I'm
It
sorry,
doesn't-
were you
yeah.
finished on this end, Councilor Toller?
I'm just trying to debate, if you will, because he's saying there's no interaction with the police, and we're saying, and I'm asking him that he knows that. We don't know.
No,
Okay.
Okay, and if a ticket does go out, is the ticket just going to be mailed out? Is it going to be hand-delivered? Is it somebody they've been looking for? We don't know. Those are questions that you don't have the answers
we
to.
actually do know, because we have one of the largest cities in the country that utilizes this technology, and it's already in play. When you speed in a school zone, and I'll know it's not that I did it, but somebody I know did it, the ticket comes and it has a picture of you. There was no police officer that came over to you, so the police officer is not involved on the scene, and that's actually the whole purpose of this, where the police officer isn't involved in it, so you don't have any sort of
I understand that
situation.
part. I understand that part, but I'm saying when the ticket is issued, okay, there are opportunities where the police can say, I'd like to issue this myself instead of mail it out. We don't know that. No, we don't know that. They could be
Okay,
looking for people. It's not a good idea.
So, did you want to say something else on this side?
Go on,
before-
it's just one last.
Well, yeah, but.
There's another point that makes these good, which is that because it's very inexpensive to do, you can actually lower the price of a ticket. And by lowering the price of the ticket, experts have found that it actually becomes more certain and people will respond to it and speed less. And if they are hit with a fine, it's less of a sort of personal, cataclysm for them. So you can have a $25 ticket and it makes sense. Again, it's, we're not inventing this. I think it's 43 other states, 41 or 43 other states, and they do it, and we can learn from the experiences of them. For example, you don't necessarily put the camera near a hospital because you want to, give a little grace to people who may be rushing to the emergency room. We're not inventing the wheel. We just want to be like other progressive places that are concerned about traffic safety and, despite what your fears are, concerned about having cops, stopping people. And it's a low-impact way to get a good result.
So I think it might be a good idea to pull this until the next meeting because Councilor Harrison brought up some very, very good points, quite frankly, and I hadn't thought about them. Thank you, Councilor Harrison, regarding ICE and other people. And so, is there any reason that we have to vote on this today? I'd like to get some more information and some more data to substantiate the things that have been said here.
I think we should vote on it.
Councilor Williams?
I'm sorry. I think we should vote on it, and if it votes down, it votes down. Just don't do it. There's no reason to pull it. Just vote no.
Okay, that's fine. You have expressed yourself a couple of times on this, they have, and I was just expressing myself because I had not given thought to that. In general, I like the idea, but I certainly now have some questions about, how this will be used. And if it's going to be used in a negative way, to actually bring attention to black and brown people, then I'm definitely not wanting to vote for that. Councilor Birmingham?
I will admit that a ticket came to my household from New York City. It wasn't me, but that's the issue. That was one thing. It came because there was speeding in the school zone. It's not attached to any particular driver, and there's no points on your license. And so, in a way, in terms of just trying to do what you want to do in terms of stopping people from doing something, it was somewhat like, oh yeah, got to be more careful, but it's not like, oh, I've got to go to class for my insurance or my insurance is going to go up, etc. I know I will also recommend pulling this right now because I feel this genuine fear here, but I do think other states have used this. I would encourage us all to look at the study that was done in Woodbridge, New Jersey, where they found they put cameras on school buses, and they saw that each school bus, an average of over 2 times a day, was being passed by cars. And so I think that's part of the reason for this legislation, because that is something you cannot have one police officer following around every school bus. Like, that's just not possible to do. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, as somebody who almost watched my daughter get hit by a car when she was crossing the street, I do think it's something that needs to be addressed, and this is a way potentially of addressing it. But I do hear the concerns. I do think we should look at school bus legislation, and if that is a place to start. Anyway, I'll stop.
That's one of the bills in the legislature did that, and I think moving slowly, given the risks, is a better path, and a more practical path. It's much more likely that 2 bills that passed the Assembly last year are going to move forward in the near future, and supporting those and pushing them rather than a pie in the sky, we hope something will happen. The reason the law exists is because of the public outcry that happened when towns were allowed to install. It wasn't just, let's do away, it's because people were yelling and complaining, and I'm not sure, given the sponsor of that legislation banning them is still sitting there in the Senate, I'm not sure how likely something like that's to pass, and I'd rather do something practical that is limited, in the same way the safety sticks, which I also did raise concerns about when we haven't gotten to the implementation step. It's very different taking a picture of a car parked in a parking space versus cars traveling on the roads.
How?
One car versus hundreds of thousands of cars going through an intersection.
And so I think that there are a lot of very strong and compelling reasons for both. I certainly would like to get your information, Councilor Birmingham, from the Woodbridge. So is there, again, I'd like to suggest that we pull this and just put it on the next meeting, and that should give everybody enough time. Certainly it'll give me plenty of time to get to these other things that you're suggesting and the things that you're suggesting.
Can we add self-service gas for the next one? It's a joke. Come on.
No, I was waiting to hear from you.
It's late. Everybody, I don't have anything else to say on the topic. We'll just reintroduce it after folks, take their time to do the diligence.
Thank you. Yes, the next one is our Deputy Mayor.
This is a resolution appointing alternates to the Environmental Commission. And I so move.
Second. Any discussion on that? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes?
Councilor Harrison,
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams, Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Councilor Harrison, please. Number 4.
A resolution appointing members to the People with Disabilities Advisory Committee. There was some back and forth as to whether all these people wanted to be. So it's just Marshall, okay.
And the other 2 do not wish to be on there. Okay.
Okay, so I would like to move it by amending it so that only Marcia Fusilli is being reappointed to the committee.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson, Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes?
Councilor Harrison.
Yes.
Councilor Toller.
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Number 5, I would like to have that discussion when we go into the executive discussion. Number 6, Councilor Birmingham, please. Well, does that have to go for, or is everybody fine with that one? Huh? Executive session for number 5 also, please. So that's number
5 and 6.
5 and 6 to come out, and we'll discuss them in executive session. Number 7, please.
This is a resolution appointing Phoenix Advisors to the position of temporary Chief Financial Officer and Director of the Department of Finance. And I so move.
Second. Any discussion?
The resolution we have has a blank for the account number that the funds are coming out of.
It would come out of Department of Finance, OE, the other expenses account line item.
It's listed on the certification of funds
There's an attached certification of funds.
with the account number.
Okay, so that account number should be put in the resolution.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else? Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato.
Yes.
Councilor Harrison.
Yes.
Councilor Toller.
Yes.
Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Next, please, is Councilor D'Amato.
Resolution amending Resolution R-25-397 of Township of Montclair, County of Essex, State of New Jersey, authorizing the submission of a grant application to New Jersey Department of Community Affairs for 2026 police and fire capital improvements. So moved.
I'm sorry, okay. Who seconded? Okay. Discussion?
Didn't we accept this money already?
No, this is,
No, it's due by January 31st, so we have to approve this. The mayor has to sign it, it has to be uploaded, or the manager has to sign it, upload it back to DCA by the 31st of this month.
it's a grant application.
It's a grant application.
So, question, was this your sponsor?
Yes,
Okay. So 200, so accept the money, $200,000 gets done. Is that all that's required for this building?
no, it's not. This is money that I sought out, working with the Assemblywoman to ease the tax burden on our residents for repairs for Station 3. No, this is not the complete amount of money that's needed.
Further question, now you secured this money specifically for
That was my ask, yes.
Firehouse 3, but there's going to be additional funds that are required to complete the firehouse.
Correct.
How much?
Right now, I believe there's 125 or 150 left over from the original 500,000 that was allotted for Station 3. Under the past administration, I believe 375 was spent. Our former CFO, before she left, allotted 600,000 in an account line under Mr. Mark's budget for 600,000. I'm pretty sure the fire chief has emailed every single one of us up here with numbers and the amount, but I will go over it again. Minimum 800,000, maximum 1 million. Again, this is 200,000. We have 145 in the kitty. There is 600,000 in an account line that would have to be moved by ordinance, and we're at the number to put the repairs in for Station 3.
Okay, so, and this is, I know that you want to get this thing done, but Firehouse 1 needs, I think, a new roof. So
The money was already paid for that. Was that not the case, Councilor Birmingham? Did we not approve that at the last meeting?
For
Valley
Firehouse
Road
1,
needed
new
a
roof?
We've approved that, and it was on the last bill list.
I thought, no, I said Firehouse 1. Isn't that Pine Street?
So-
Pine Street.
Okay. So what is your statement?
Well, my point being here is that Firehouse 3, and has been vacant for, 2-3 years. And you have other firehouses that are currently being used that need to be repaired. Why use these funds right here to repair a vacant firehouse?
this was my ask. Go ahead.
Hold on. I know what you're asking. I'm just saying. And then there's additional funds that are going to have to come after this to rehabilitate a vacant firehouse.
Right.
And, if taxpayer dollars, are at a premium, why not allocate it to the firehouses that are currently being occupied?
Again, this was my specific ask to the Assemblywoman, as I stated previously, listening to the residents of Ward 4 in the South End who would like to see the firehouse reopened for a host of reasons. Why it was closed in the beginning was under a past administration. It was closed for repairs to bring it up to compliance. For whatever reason, this past administration did not decide to repair it, finish the funds. The money's still there. This money will help lessen the burden on the taxpayers, as I said before, on the repairs. Okay? The residents in the South End, you've heard from many of them. You've heard from the business district. They would like to see this firehouse open. They deserve to see this firehouse open. And to sit here and question why I'm requesting this money for this specific firehouse when we've all received emails from our fire chief with tons of information. We have a report here that shows that the firehouse should need to be open. This isn't about staffing. This isn't about personnel. This is about reopening a firehouse that serves as a safe haven in the community. It serves as a polling place. We have 3 or 4 schools in the neighborhood, and the residents in the South End shouldn't have to wait for Valley Road to come put a fire out.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
I'm going to, with all respect to you, to everybody who is concerned about this, we're at a very important decision point in this community. We have degrading facilities, most importantly, our police building. And until we can secure one station for our police department, the idea that we're going to go out of our way to spend millions on a
I never
on
said
a- on a-
millions. I didn't say millions.
it will cost millions.
No, it will not.
Yes, it will.
Councilor Toller, I
No,
just
it will
want
not.
to allow
Over time, to
Councilor
restaff the
D'Amato to
building.
finish, and then I'll
that
call on you.
Until we can secure a single police station, the idea that we have to have an extra police fire station, which, by the way, we have just received a very comprehensive professional review, which made it extremely clear that there are no data which suggest that this station is needed. I can understand if people would like to have it, that's fine. I have no problem with people saying that or believing that. It's okay, but we're talking about wants and needs now that are very acute. And if we have to focus for the time being on building a police station, and that's going to cost a lot of money. The fire stations, other ones, which are the north end of town and the south end of town, they are perfectly matched. We need to be careful with our money. This is not saving us money. This is an open door to spending a lot of money that we needn't spend. And I think that building can have a great life as something else. I mean, we have put money into it, it's fine, it's a historic structure, but residents of every part of town should understand that again, we have data which shows that there is no need to have this third firehouse, which, by the way, cannot be made as it's currently constructed into a safe working environment, which is another thing. There is no way, it is a 100-year-old building in which people would be sleeping above fumes. So what I would suggest is that we don't have to close the door on it today, but if we just remove one or two lines from this, we can accept the grant fully, and at a later date, we could program the money there if we so decided it, but to hold us to this 3-station fire model when we don't have a police station in a few years is something that will be an enormous mistake.
Councilor Harrison? Okay, do you have anything? Councilor Toller?
Oh, no, I just wanted to respond to Councilor D'Amato where his thought process is that the south end doesn't matter. Well, no,
Councilor Toller and Councilor
right,
Toller?
Again, so you're comfortable with sending money back, free money back for repairs? No. And there's money that's already in an account line for Station 3. So I'm just trying to ask you to tell me how this makes sense. This has nothing to do with salaries or staffing that some of my colleagues have an issue or problem with. You've heard from residents, you've heard from the businesses in the south end, okay? This station house was closed for repairs for a reason, and the repairs were not finished. I don't understand why we can't just open the firehouse and return those staff members back to where they used to live. There's nothing more to say about this. This just doesn't make any sense.
Well, since
to
you
me.
mischaracterized
So
what I
Councilor
said.
Toller,
No, I'm asking. That's what you
okay.
said.
So Councilor
That's what you
Toller,
said.
I respect what you said, and I just need clarification because I agree with what you're saying, and I want to know when you applied for the money.
Yes.
Was it very specific that we were going after the money for Station
Correct.
3?
That is
Now, I want to tell you that I participated in a very wonderful acceptance of monies for Fire Station 3. We had pictures, we had the assembly person, Senate, we had everybody there. And it said, even the check, you know how they give you one of those large checks? It says Firehouse 3 on there. So my idea then is that this money needs to be purposed for the reason that we took the money. I'm in a position, just so you'll know, I've got before me something that I need to sign to accept the money. And I questioned that because on the thing that they want me, the papers they want me to sign, it does not say Station 3. And I raised that question and I said, I don't feel comfortable signing this until it says Station 3, because if that was on the grant, when you went and you petitioned our legislators and were very successful, and thank you, then to me, I don't understand, no matter what somebody else thinks, where the money should go. And yes, we need plenty of money. Some people might say, you know, we need to give it to the schools, so we do need money. But the question is, if you went and you petitioned it for a specific purpose, then how can we now just pick where
I
we
don't know,
want it to go?
Madam Mayor, and I just wanted to also
I
say
don't
that this
understand
report,
it.
even though Councilor D'Amato says it doesn't specify, there is a time frame in here that talks about the differences, and I think it's either 1 or 2 minutes. And for me personally, I'm not willing to jeopardize any residents over 1 or 2 minutes and some money. It's just, it doesn't make sense. So I just wanted to clarify that there is a difference in here if you read the executive summary.
So what are we doing now?
May I?
Councilor Harrison.
There's a lot of talk for like, this is,
I'm Councilor Toler, this here, Councilor Harrison, then I'll come back to you. Yes, Councilor Harrison.
A couple things to say. One, I read the report, and I don't agree that it comes out with a conclusion, Firehouse 3 is not necessary. I don't agree that it says it's absolutely necessary. I think we have to have a larger discussion on what we're doing with the fire department based on that report, make conclusions. Second, not particularly relevant, this whole legislative process that happens every budget year where bunches of legislators throw things in the agenda, many of which are very worthwhile projects, as this one is not a good way for the state to budget things, but I'm not going to fix that in my lifetime, unfortunately. Even assuming I'm living another 20 years, they like it, and unless the governor puts his or her foot down and says, I ain't I'm line item vetoing every one of these, and we're going to keep doing it. But there's no question that what was put in the budget was for Firehouse 3. They had a big ceremony announcing it and doing that. I think it would be inappropriate for the town to take the money and use it for something else. I think Firehouse 3, regardless of whether it ends up being a firehouse or for some other public purpose, is a building that needs to be repaired. I agree with Councilor D'Amato on police. That's a priority. We're working hard on that. But I think it's a separate decision whether we're doing all the repairs to the firehouse that are necessary, but there's certainly a valid use for $200,000 to be used. You know, members of the council have been trying to find places other than schools to have polling places. Firehouse 3 was used as a polling place for years. Could certainly serve as 1, probably 2 polling places if it was building was fixed up. And even if it's just done for that purpose, it would help meet a very real need that we have, so we're not closing schools 700 times every time we have an election. I'm exaggerating, but it's, you know, and I think we should accept the grant as it was intended and then have the discussion as to what we're doing with the fire department as we're moving forward with the police department, the municipal building, and making decisions what to do there. I mean, the real problem here is town government here for decades has decided to ignore its public buildings. And we're facing the consequences of that with, so we have a bunch of old buildings and a not very old building here that is in worse shape than some of the older buildings. But
Did you want to go? You didn't go yet. Deputy Mayor?
The issue that I have with this is, we have not seen the documentation that was submitted in support of this money. You know, so that's number one. And it was very clear. We heard a presentation last year from Chief Duncan about this firehouse, and what I recall hearing from that presentation was that the intent was not only to, repair it, but to expand it, and that it would cost millions, it could potentially cost millions of dollars. And we don't know exactly how much it would cost. I agree that, it is important to make sure that it's structurally sound and, that we preserve the building. But the problem that I have is that this, the pursuing this money with the intent of reopening it and renovating it and expanding it seems to me a policy decision that we as a council did not make. So my understanding when we were first presented with this was that this money would be able to, from the state was informed us that we would be able to use this money for any fire station. So under that, based on that understanding, I was willing to accept the money. But I just have issues with the way, a policy decision was presented without having gone through a discussion amongst the rest of the council. So that's my position here. Go ahead. I mean, I don't know who else wants to speak, but.
Well, I'm trying to figure that out. Manager, did you want to say anything? Since we hear the deputy saying that policy decision, so does that mean then we just give the money back, or then where are we? I'm trying to figure out.
May I, before the manager?
Okay.
I'll let him go. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to say that for Councilor Deputy Mayor Anderson, the application, it's interesting that people want to see the application submitted for this, but many times you all don't ask for applications for half of the stuff we vote on. So again, you can contact the Assemblywoman, just like I did, or her chief of staff, and ask her to send it to you. It was uploaded to DCA. I don't know if they still have a copy of it. In regards to a policy decision, I made a resident decision because I've heard from the residents in my ward, and they would like to see this firehouse reopen. Whether the money goes to repairs and it doesn't open right away, that's fine. But I don't think you all are hearing what the residents of the Fourth Ward are asking. Okay, and that's important to me. It may not be important to any of you up here because it's not your ward and you don't live there. All right.
Not everybody.
Well, I'm just saying.
And I'm hearing
a lot of
clearly.
like, oh, we need to do this and do that, but you've heard from residents, you've heard from the business district, and what their ask is. So when do we start listening to the residents? All residents. I've seen people come up here in reflective vests and get what they want. I've seen people come up here in hockey jerseys and get what they want. What is the problem with putting this money to the work that it's that's applied for? Okay, if you wish to see an application again, please reach out to the chief of staff and see at the Assemblywoman's office and see if she can get you a copy. Like I did, I asked her, she said it's not there. You would have to check with DCA. They should have it on file. Okay, and I have.
Okay, Manager Marks, please.
So I have instructed all department heads when applications are being prepared to seek mayor and council approval, right? The governing body sets policy. We should not be submitting, on at least from an administrative side, we shouldn't be submitting grant applications unless it has the seal of approval from the mayor and council. With regard to the necessity of Firehouse 3, it's actually covered in I had sent out an electronic copy. We had commissioned a study on the fire department 6 months ago, 8 months ago, thereabouts. It was recently finished up. It addresses Firehouse 3. It really is a policy decision. I think the response times for the south end are about, or the service area of the Firehouse 3 are around 5 minutes, which is an acceptable range under the National Fire Protection Association. The fire chief and proponents of reopening Firehouse 3 would like a shorter time amount, 3 minutes. So the current response times are acceptable from an NFPA perspective, but if I lived in the area, maybe I would want, and there's benefits, there's trade-offs, there's benefits and costs. From my recollection of the documents that were submitted about how much it would cost to reopen Firehouse 3, or I'm not sure if it included like the addition or not, was about $1.3 million. So I know that the mayor and council previously, I don't know if, I guess it was the previous mayor and council, had allocated funds towards that project, enough to get the project started, but not enough to finish it. So it is a significant investment. $200,000 is not going to, reopen. If the $200,000 were allocated towards Firehouse 3, it's not enough to make a discernible. Maybe you could, complete one discrete aspect of reopening the project, but it's not. The $200,000 is not going to make or break, Firehouse 3, whether it reopens or not.
Thank you.
So may I ask you, please, manager, are you aware of $600,000 that was set aside by previous CFO or somebody in finance for this particular project?
I'm not familiar with it. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm not personally familiar with it.
I have the budget document. I'll email everybody. It was before Module left.
Okay.
Okay, and I know, Councilor D'Amato, you recall because you even mentioned it to me, that there was money there, so.
And I also recall,
Yes,
because
I
the chief
know.
financial
I have the
officer said
paper at
that to me.
home.
I just
Everybody
don't know
can go
at
back
this
and look
point
at
in
their
time
budgets.
where that money is. And I'm just asking because if there's $600,000 and then this $200,000, then we're on our way.
That is correct, and I just want to put on the record, while Chief Duncan did do a presentation with an addition, I don't know if you've heard from him again, or if you've spoken to him regarding what their needs are and what the dollar amount could be. That was one presentation with the addition. There is another presentation that he, I believe, shared with everyone, that they don't have to have the addition. That was something that was dreamt up by the last administration. It's not saying that that's what this administration wishes to do or that plan is etched in stone. What I do know is money was set aside. We have money in an account line. We have an empty building. We have residents in the ward that are requesting and asking that this firehouse be refurbished or rebuilt, whatever it needs to happen, and get it reopened. And what I'm getting from this council is a lot of no. And if that's the feeling, then the residents need to hear that. You just have to straight up and tell them, no, you're not interested in doing that. Okay, because I'm going to advocate for my residents because this is what they asked of me. All right, and I have that right, and I have that responsibility. The same way we spend $1 million on Clary Anderson that the whole town is paying for, we should be able to open a firehouse. It's just that simple. We service Glen Ridge. I'm sorry that we have a bad contract. There's nothing we can do about that, but this is not fair. This is not an equitable decision. It's just not.
And so this is time sensitive because we have some documents that have to be signed. And so we're going to vote on this now, or?
At this point, we have to. It's due by the 31st, and, that's all we can do is vote on it. This is money that I was able to secure to lessen some tax burden on the residents to help get these repairs done, because I know that the majority of my colleagues, I'm just going to be honest, have a problem with the fire department for whatever reason. It seems to be personal. I don't know. But this building has nothing to do with that.
First,
Okay.
may
I said
I-
it seems.
I just want to say one more.
Thank you.
Okay.
And now I'll call on Deputy Mayor.
So to accuse people of having a problem, this making it a personal thing, is as far as,
We had other people tonight that have accused people
Excuse
of
me,
having a
please don't
personal thing,
interrupt.
too.
I know, I was not that person who said
Yeah,
that.
no, I know, but nobody calls out certain people when they do that, and
So,
now we're calling
it-
her out.
And I said it seems.
Excuse me,
I
I'm
said it
speaking.
seems.
Excuse me. Let me just finish so we can just proceed with the rest of this meeting, please. I did not interrupt you when you spoke.
We may not get to the rest
So-
of the meeting.
That's just false. Some of us received a letter by email, right? You know what I'm talking about, saying that this request came from, not from a council person, but from a member of the union. I'm going to say it, okay? My understanding is this is a request to amend the resolution that we already passed in December. So meaning we've already, in December, we voted, and we voted to let the grant application go forward for the money, this $200,000 to carry out a project for 2026 police and fire capital improvements. So the amendment is specifically to add, specify that it's for Firehouse 3. If this doesn't pass, then I'm assuming that the prior resolution still stands, and that we approve the grant application going forward, and we can accept the money to be, used on any firehouse. Is that correct, Mr. Manager?
I don't understand, because I don't think I got that email, so help me to understand now. You're saying, I remember when we voted on that, but you're saying, even though that says for Firehouse 3, then what is it now that you're saying we can do with money that also says Firehouse 3 on it?
It doesn't say that, so this is a resolution amending the resolution that we passed in December.
Okay.
Resolution R-25-397.
Okay.
That passed.
Mm-hmm.
And in that resolution, this council approved applying for and obtaining a grant from the New Jersey DCA for approximately $200,000 to carry out a project for 2026 police and fire capital improvements.
And that's this money?
That's this money.
I just want to go on the record that.
Councilor Toler?
Thank you. If this doesn't pass, I don't know how we can go to any of our legislators above our pay grade to seek funding for anything else. This is really a sad day here in the Township of Montclair. 2 minutes matters. A lot can happen in 2 minutes, and that's what this report executive summary shows.
Executive summary also says that there's not sufficient data to.
Okay, but should we wait for a problem to happen before we decide, oh, yes, maybe we should refurbish and reopen the firehouse? I'm just asking, what's the protocol? How do we reach a decision about what's important, how many minutes are important, and what residents are important? That's my question.
Councilor Williams?
Yeah, a couple of things. Look, I'm going on record, I don't like to go back and forth and stuff like that, but, I can't control, only person I can control is myself. And I'm not going to, I heard certain things up here, which, I was a little offended by and stuff like that. We have to get out of the habit of trying to characterize each other and what someone should just say what you want to do and accomplish. And if somebody else is against that, it's going to be plainly obvious. This is on video. We don't need to characterize anybody. And I don't want to go back and forth here. I just want to vote on this and move forward. It's 10 o'clock at night. You said, you went on the record and said, we're not going to have any more 5 o'clock, 5-hour meetings, nothing over 5 hours. We're well approaching that, and we haven't gotten through nearly half of this stuff.
We'll have to come back in February.
Let's just vote and move forward. I'm fine accepting the money for Firehouse 3 because that was the intent. However, there are a lot of CapEx that still has to go into this, which there's been no policy decision, no determination about opening up. So if we want to take this money, and put it into a building that's going to remain vacant because there's no determination, that's not a good use of taxpayer funds. But I will move this forward because there's no plans in place yet.
Well,
that was my whole point in this, and I don't want to go back and forth.
No, that's fine, and we'll discuss this in facilities and infrastructure. I've made it an agenda item in the past, and I'm going to continue to make it an agenda item.
But we still get the money, and we can still spend it on Firehouse 3. As the status quo is that we will get the money, and it's unrestricted, correct?
Correct.
All this does is restrict the money. So we can still, we don't even have to move this. Well, the result is the same. I mean, fundamentally, this just restricts the money that we're going to get. Anyway.
To use for Firehouse 3.
It just restricts it, that's right, which I don't think we should do. I think we will, no matter what happens with that facility, that beautiful building, we will probably spend some money on it. So we should take the money in, but we shouldn't tie our hands right now. There's no reason tonight to tie our hands. So by voting no, we get the money and we get to decide later what we're going to do with it. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilor Birmingham, I'm sorry.
So I wasn't involved in we weren't involved in any of the discussions, and the 600,000, just to be clear, was part of a capital plan, but was not allocated money.
Okay.
And I'm looking at estimates for just that room over there that are coming in at almost $1 million. So I will just say Montclair is a residential tax base, 85% plus. In New Jersey, for communities with 85% tax base, to have firehouses, we have 2 firehouses operating right now. Almost 99% of the properties are within 2 miles of a firehouse, as we are currently positioned, with all of them within 2.5 miles. Go ahead. Okay. It is very unusual in New Jersey to have that situation with a fully staffed department, career department, with an 85% tax base. And we're talking about affordability, so let's just be open about it. So, we're benchmarking our students now constantly and how much we spend on students. Just some other benchmarks. Millburn is 9 miles and has 2 fire departments, 2 firehouses. Summit is 6 miles and has 1 firehouse. Princeton, is like 15 miles and has 1 operating firehouse. They closed their other one a few years ago. These are just to give some comparisons here. Another comparison I'd like to make is just historical in terms of just the idea that, and again, if we're talking about affordability here, which we really need to, we really are at a very pivotal moment here in Montclair. The original 4 firehouses that were built with a bond of $30,000. 4 firehouses, which in today's money would be about $2 million for 4 firehouses. The budget in 1914 was $50,000, which in today's money would be about $1.5 million. And I'm looking at, from our former CFO, the cost estimate for the fire department of almost $20.5 million a year for our fire department. I'll jump forward to 1940 because when we invested in 3 fire trucks, and 2 of them were engines, 1 of them was a truck, that we managed to get for $21,000, which in today's money is $500,000, okay? We just approved $1 million $1 million engine, and trucks are typically now going for $2 million. So we got 2 engines and a truck for $500,000 in 1940, and today that would cost us almost $4 million at least to get it. The reason I bring up 1940 is because it was this interesting moment. There was a fight in the council, literally, because these trucks were ordered, and one of the council members was very curious as to the idea that the doors had to be widened, and that they were ordered, and the trucks were too big for the doors, and this would include the 2 operating House 2 and House 3. And what the council member in 1940 said, he said, yes, it is true that the doors had to be widened, but simple inquiry would have revealed that all modern fire equipment is wider, and these firehouses were built many years ago. If that is treason, then I must be found guilty of it. Now, in 1940, these firehouses were already obsolete. They were not standard in 1940. Now, in 1940, we did not know that diesel fuel was a human carcinogen. That was going to take us years to figure out. We didn't know what PFAS was. We didn't know that that firefighters are exposed to toxins on a daily basis. These are things that it can be understood in Montclair that it could be understood that we allowed firefighters to be breathing in the fumes, and the walls were black with diesel fumes, and diesel fumes are highly carcinogenic because it's particulate matter. But we have this report right here that is basically telling us that none of our firehouses, we have 3, none of them are at standard for safety right now, none of them. And all of them need investment. Now, I will just say, again, the Firehouse 1 is located in the southern end of town. It's not the south end, it is the southern end. The south end business district is within 1.5 miles, 2 miles of that firehouse. That is, by most towns in this state, that is reasonable. I would just say we have a lot of needs here in this town right now. We need time to digest this report. We need time to get real cost estimates on what it's going to cost, because firehouses are particular buildings, and they need to really be built to a standard that was not even conceived in 1902 when these houses were built. And so I would just say we should take some time, look at and I also think we should commit as a community to monthly reviewing our data and seeing where the fires are and what the response times are. And I think that should be something that we commit to as we figure out our policy and make decisions on these 3 houses, because our firehouses are just one piece of infrastructure that we desperately need to look at. We have this municipal buildings, police department, our roads, et cetera. It's a lot that we need to really be looking at, so.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Toller?
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Birmingham, for that history lesson. Just one point of clarification. Hollywood Avenue, for example, in the 4th Ward to Pine Street is actually a little over 3 miles. So when you say everything is within 2 or 2.5 miles, that's actually not true. And Hollywood Avenue is actually not the last street in the south end. So just wanted to clear that up. Again, we're going to digest this report. 2 minutes matter, a minute matters. And that's really it. I'm just curious, when you're calculating these miles, are you including Glen Ridge into this? Because our fire department makes calls. They're the mutual aid for Glen Ridge. So when you're talking about a residence in the south end being within 2.1 miles or 2.5 miles, if Pine Street is away at a call, then we have to wait for Valley Road. And is that more than 2.5 miles?
Well, this, Mayor, may I speak? I'm sorry.
Yes, Councilor Birmingham.
This is a very good point. So, and this is where really we should take this report and do a deep dive, because it is just like the costs of everything. To try and do what we did, even, for example, I'll get another, when in the 1980s, when the school population of Montclair plummeted by 1,400 kids, the budget was doubled during that time. We can't afford to do that anymore. We have to really look at what the costs are. And as I'm saying, we're getting, to do that room, we're getting, the cheapest estimate we got is $600,000. I really, honestly, I can't conceive of making a safe firehouse without a significant investment. And so I apologize if I will look up the map on Hollywood. I certainly will. But I think we really should commit, because, there are places in every ward that are a little bit outside of a zone, but I really do feel like we have to look at what our data is telling us, and month by month, what's going on, why was there, we have, but I'm sorry, back to your point about there are 2 engines and 1 truck in the 4th Ward in Pine Street, right? And if it is true that they're going out on mutual aid, there should always be one. It would seem like there should always be one.
Here. We can ask him.
Excuse me, Councilor Toller, I'm just reaching out to ask the fire chief if you would be so kind as to come forward, please, and just, let us know your thoughts on all of this. This is the first time. I don't think we've heard from you since we got this back. So if you would, share your thoughts on this and what we're talking about.
Okay, so I'll just I'm not sure exactly which question you want me to answer. You called me up specifically for.
Well, I because you've heard, you know, the different opinions here, and you've heard some people say, you know, a couple of minutes doesn't matter or doesn't make a difference. I'm not trying to quote anybody, but I'm just saying, so what are your thoughts about what the understanding where I personally have not heard from you regarding this? So what are your thoughts now that we have this back? I know, you know, we put a lot of time and resources into having this done. So what are your thoughts today on, you know, what we need to, you know, provide the best services that we can for all of our residents?
My position has always been clear and it hasn't changed.
Okay.
I do believe that Station 3 needs to be reopened. The times we're talking about, you know, the study did say that there was not enough, say, evidence to clearly suggest opening, but it also did say that times would be reduced if it was opened. The data was not conclusive because of numerous factors in terms of response times. They weren't able to determine the response times accurately. So what they did was they did what they call bubble maps. So it's like response times in a perfect scenario, which doesn't include traffic and things like that. So you just have a starting point at 1 Pine Street, starting point, you know, at Station 3, and you see how long it would take you to get to these different points. It doesn't take into account that there's a train station on one side of headquarters. There's a school on the other side of headquarters. You have Bloomfield Avenue right there. And as we all know, traffic in town is, it's gotten a lot worse over the last few years. And responding from that area, that is something you'll have to deal with. There is no doubt that an apparatus responding from Station 3, and you kind of touched on it a little bit too, it's about having apparatus in different locations, even for instance like the storm we just had, right? So we just had this storm, the town, we're spread out in different locations, something happens, this route is blocked, you're coming from 3 different directions. It's like a triangulation in a way. So whoever gets there first, our response, what we do with a fire is based on the order in which you arrive. You know, first do engine, second do engine, first do truck, second do truck, things like that. So if someone's coming up Bloomfield Avenue and engine 3 is coming up Harrison Avenue, many times it's not just the south end. I know in the presentation we gave before, we're just thinking of it as the south end. Now granted, it does give a great deal of protection to the south end, but it also gives a great deal of protection to the west part of town, even going up north. So many times engine 3 is the first one to arrive because it just takes engine 1 forever to get up Bloomfield Avenue. So it's not just there. Station 3 is also a safe space. You know, it's when we have big storms and different things like that, it's been a location where even the police that are on patrol, whatever they come to the firehouse, uses waypoints when you do have these larger events. So it's more than just you know, responses from that location. We've had plenty of instances where people come, they don't even call 911. They just show up to the firehouse and are looking for assistance. And the firehouse is right there. Let me just get in my car and drive there, or run out of my house and ask for, you know, go bang on the door for assistance. So there's that also. Now, I've worked at all 3 firehouses and all 4 firehouses when we had those. I've responded to fires from all of them. And Station 3 is kind of like you're on that island. You knew when you were down there, you were going to get in there and help. You know, you're going to be on your own for a little while. And that is the level of response you get, because many times you're actually mitigating the situation before the next arriving apparatus even arrives. Fire doubles in size every 30 to 60 seconds. So time is of the essence. The report mentioned that, you know, it could be, I remember exactly, it was at least a 1-minute change. But as I said, that's using bubble maps. That's just, everything is just perfect traffic going in. In the real life, it's not that way. You know, we did our own analysis based on actual responses to fire calls, and we saw about a 2-minute difference on average, 2 calls in the south end from engine 3's arrival to the next arriving apparatus. And those are to fire calls because you do respond differently to if it's someone someone locked their keys in the car and the car's running, right? You don't respond the same way to that as you would as if there's a working fire. So you have to be careful in which calls and which data you're pulling from. Did I answer any questions? so far?
Thank you. I don't know if anyone else here has to, would
No,
like
I-
to ask the chief anything before we vote. So the vote tonight is whether we accept the money.
We've already
Okay, so what are we voting on then? I'm just trying to figure out.
just to restrict the money to Firehouse 3. But I have a question very quickly. So we have 2 additional disused firehouses. We have one we have 647 Bloomfield Avenue, and we also have one on Walnut Street. So if 3 is good, wouldn't 5 be better?
If you're talking about responses,
I'm saying
Yes.
yes. Do you believe that we would be better if we had 5?
if you had
fire
5 firehouses spread throughout town, yes, your response times would be better, yes.
Okay, good. So would you advocate for, you said you had worked from 647 Bloomfield Avenue? No,
I have.
You can't possibly be, you're too young looking.
No.
But that sits in a very strategic place, as does the one on Walnut Street, because it's above the train tracks, correct? Should we look at those as locations?
For to rebuild.
Additional fire stations.
That's an interesting point. I don't think it, for lack of a term, solves the idea of what I'm talking about. I think of those locations, Station 3 would be the first one you opened up. If you're going to open up those 2 spots, if it's between those 3 locations, just say the council was committed to opening up all past firehouses, I would open up Station 3 first, probably headquarters second, 647 Bloomfield Avenue, and then the one on Walnut Street.
And if you were going to build one from scratch, where would you put it?
That's an interesting point. If the town was a clean slate, and one of the previous studies did mention this, that they did mention creating a new firehouse at the south end of town that would combine Truck 1 and Engine 3, but towards the southern end of town. I don't remember the exact street it said.
It was on Harrison Street, I
But
believe.
it definitely put it towards the south end of town if you could just buy some property and build a brand-new firehouse.
I would just say that I think you are doing the right thing in advocating for more for your department. That's fine. That's totally fine. I have no beef with this.
Just to be clear, I'm not advocating for the fire department. This is all about the residents
Okay.
of Montclair. That's it.
Understood.
When something happens, and there's this thought process that when we buy a new fire engine, we buy these different things, it's not for us. You know what I mean? We don't take it home and do whatever with it, you know what I mean? It stays here. It serves the residents of Montclair. That's who it's for. That's who we're here for. And, that's what we've sworn to do. But Station 3 needs to be opened for those residents.
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
No.
Counselor Birmingham,
Abstain.
Counselor D'Amato,
No.
Counselor Harrison,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We have some, oh, okay. Well, thank you for joining us tonight. I know you had some other things to do. All right, now we're going to go to consent agenda. Is that where we are? No. Well, thank you. 9 and 10 need to go into the executive session.
I think the zoning board of adjustment can.
Okay. Yeah, I am. I'm not, yeah, I'm going to move to adjourn and put all of these that we were going on the executive back because it is 10:30, 20 to 11. So let's go to the consent agenda.
You want to pull 4?
Yeah.
So all 4, so 5, 6, 9, and 10?
No, what was, yeah, 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10.
No, we did 4.
Okay, so 9, we can do 9 unless somebody has an objection. Anybody have an objection to the zoning board? Who's going on the zoning board?
I think we're good to go on the zoning board.
Okay.
We did.
And we're going to pull 10, yeah.
We pulled 4, 5, and 6.
4, 5, and 10, the Housing Commission. We need that pulled, okay. So
I'd like to move resolution appointing members to the Zoning Board of Adjustments. Do you see who they are? Because I don't.
Yes, we are appointing two reappointments and moving one person.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I moved, you second? Madam Clerk, please roll call on the Zoning Board of Adjustments. We are reappointing and a new member.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
I'm sorry, what is this vote for?
This is the resolution appointing members to the Zoning Board of Adjustment.
I'm abstaining on this vote.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Harrison,
Yes.
Counselor Toller, absent. Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Manager Marks, please, would you help us get through the consent agenda, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
So item 11 is a resolution authorizing the award of a fair and open professional service contract to Waters McPherson McNeil PC for Township Bond Council for calendar year 2026 under RFQ 26-P07. Item 12 is a resolution authorizing 2025 appropriation reserve transfers per NJSA 40A:4-59. Item number 13 is a resolution approving increase to the bid threshold for negotiating and awarding non-fair and open contracts by a qualified purchasing agent below the statutory bid threshold minimum pursuant to NJSA 40A:11-3. Item 14 is a resolution regarding the governing body certification of compliance with the United States Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Item number 15 is a resolution authorizing emergency purchase pursuant to NJSA 40A:11-6 for CRJ Contracting to install hydrostop valve for emergency shutdown of water main break on Bradford Avenue. Item 16 is a resolution authorizing emergency purchase pursuant to NJSA 40A:11-6 for Frank Semeraro Construction to repair water main break at the intersection of Park Street and Alexander Avenue. Item number 17 is a resolution authorizing emergency purchase pursuant to NJSA 40A:11-6 for the road restoration by Carochia Company, Inc. on Alexander Avenue following sinkholes created by the water main break. Item number 18 is a resolution authorizing amendment 4/renewal to the fair and open contract to Suburban Consulting Engineers, Inc. to provide professional services as utility engineers.
Excuse me, Manager Marks, you're doing an amazing job, thank you. But I just was wondering if the council doesn't have any questions on the rest of them, can we vote on the consent agenda?
I'm going to cause trouble.
Oh, okay. Councilor Harrison has something. But, I mean, if there's like one we should pull or two, right, versus, I mean, do we have to go through all of them?
The attorney stepped away.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But in my experience, I've seen governing bodies vote on the consent agenda as it's listed on the agenda, and it's been put out to the public, so if you wish to vote on a consent.
Right, yes, and so my thought, and I can keep going this way if this is working for everybody, but I was just wondering if we can pull, like if you have one or two, three, however many you want to have discussion, we pull those versus go through all a bunch. Councilor Harrison?
I would want to pull 13, 18, 23, and 24, and 29.
Okay, anyone else? 13, 18, 23, 24, 29, anyone else,
have
please?
one other,
And there might be one other from Councilor Harrison. Deputy Mayor?
I'm sorry, what was that?
13, 18, 23, 24, and 29. Councilor Williams? 27. Councilor D'Amato?
Yeah, I had the same.
Okay. Councilor Birmingham? 13,
Number
18,
31.
31.
Somebody say 27 already?
Yes. We have 13, 18, 23, 24, 27, 29, and 31. How are you doing, Councilor Harrison? You have anything else? 40. Councilor Birmingham?
Do we need to pull 36? That's the senior hub renovation, or?
Anybody want to pull 36? Yes? We'll have some questions on 36, okay? We're doing really well. Okay, manager, we have...
Oh, I'm sorry, 37.
37, 36, 37. Anyone else? I have 13, 18, 23, 24, 27, 29, 31, 36, 37, and 40. Okay. Manager, will you help us? We're going to start with 13, please.
We want to vote on the others, so
Yes, that's a good thing. Madam Clerk, may we please?
Okay, I move the remaining items on the consent
Second.
agenda.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Harrison.
Yes.
Councilor Toller absent. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Manager, will you go through the ones that we have pulled for discussion, please,
Sure.
starting with number 13?
So item 13 is a resolution approving increase to the bid threshold for negotiating and awarding non-fair and open contracts by qualified purchasing agent below statutory bid threshold minimum pursuant to NJSA 48:11-3.
This is, I raised this the last time. Our attorney looked at it. We have the ability to do a lower threshold, but our ordinance requires we do the threshold, which this resolution is adopting, and my preference is we amend the ordinance to do a lower threshold and introduce that at the next meeting, rather than, because I think it would not be good to go with the higher amount and then do a lower amount, but it's a function of whether a majority of the council agrees we should have a lower threshold.
And so you're moving that, and I'm going to second that? And what are we doing with this? Because, I mean, I agree with what you said.
Okay, I move with that this item be held pending introduction of an ordinance, hopefully the next meeting, that would do a threshold of, I'll say, 35,000.
Yeah. Second? Discussion?
Is it possible to get a sense of, for the difference between notification and approval in terms of it, how much extra work is involved for staff to put, because they would need to put resolutions together, is that correct? Like, if we...
Yes.
Okay.
Which would make your agenda much longer and make the awarding of contracts, it would take much longer.
Well, do we have a sense of how many are between?
How many contracts are over?
No,
35?
that's okay. We can pull it, we can not pull it, but it's like 10:45 now, and Councilor Williams was right. We've been here since 5:30.
Okay, so
what
if
are we doing? We gonna
I'm
vote?
sticking with my motion. I
Okay.
think getting information as to what volume we're talking to between 35 and 51 would give a sense of,
Just so you understand, the ordinance that we have, the code, already sets it at 53. So it's 53 right now.
Correct, and he wants it lower.
No, I understand,
Yes.
but the resolution before you is just confirming.
Right,
what the
but-
ordinance says currently.
but to approve that, and then if a majority of the council agrees that we should have a lower threshold, and then pull.
So no one can award contracts between the time that you're determining this is the second time. That's my understanding, that no one can do anything right
No,
now.
no,
because then we have to wait for 2
there's
years for the ordinance.
there was a threshold that was in effect, which I'm assuming you can still continue.
The threshold is this, 53,000 for C2.
Counselor Harrison, Mayor, if I may.
Yes, thank you.
The threshold is adjusted every 5 years by the governor.
Right,
Right.
So
that's
the
what
way
the
our
statute requires.
Yes, sir. So the way that the code reads right now,
Right.
the Township of Montclair, the threshold will always be whatever the governor sets it to be. Every 5 years automatically changes.
So if we don't vote on this tonight, then it's going to be at, what, 53?
It's currently 53.
Correct.
And it will remain at 53.
Correct. And so by pulling this until, another time, it doesn't do anything.
Exactly.
Okay.
They don't need a resolution to be able to move on it?
No, ma'am. What the mayor just asked was, by pulling this resolution, does it impact the current threshold?
No.
And
Right.
that's what I said.
Okay. So I'd like to pull it, and we can come back to it at the next meeting.
Oh.
I mean, if we have a lot of people that want to come up
My
and speak.
understanding is, based on the statute and the ordinance, without this resolution, the qualified purchasing agent can do contracts up to $53,000.
Right. Yeah, that's my understanding.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what's currently
And
being
what-
done.
And so the request is to have a ordinance amendment prepared to change the current requirement that we automatically follow whatever the governor says.
Got it.
Thank you. I got that. That's all right with you? Okay. Number 18, manager, please.
So item 18 is a resolution authorizing amendment 4/renewal to the fair and open contract to Suburban Consulting Engineers, Inc., to provide professional services as utility engineers.
I may have marked the wrong thing here. Or no.
No?
Don't run away.
I'm like ready to run. 18, here's 18. Do you know, this is the 18, is this the one you wanted?
Yeah, this is a simple question and of the map that you provided was very confusing as to exactly what work is being done, and because there are solid lines and not solid lines, and since
So everything within that zone where the letter is what would be lined in this next project.
so
Bless you.
there's no distinction between.
There are zones for our SOAR mapping is lettered. That's how it was done. So what we are planning to do, because we have a number of issues in that zone, we found a number of collapsed lines. We have a 24-inch carrier line that goes to Third River that has major root intrusion and collapses that needs to be repaired. What we decided to do, rather than spreading this lining project out, was attack this one zone because it has so many issues.
Okay, let me just do, I assume when you say Third River, you're really referring to the treatment plant versus.
Yes, the Third River SOAR line that
yes.
goes to Passaic Valley SOAR
Okay.
Commission.
And you have at least one street that has the wrong name.
That's just the mapping I
Yes,
used.
yes, I
This mapping was
assume
put together
this
in
looks like an
2001.
Okay, so the streets that run between Grove and Ridgewood, I'm assuming you're going down to the line that's. in
Going down
Ridgewood.
to the line, but we're not going into Glen Ridge, no.
Well, that's confusing me.
Well, we stop, our sewer system stops at the line. We are no longer responsible once we get past that line.
Okay, so you're just doing the line?
So any lines that go into Glen Ridge go into the larger contributors. We have a few small ones that do, but for the most part, we have a few 24-inch lines that go into the Third River or the Second River tributaries that go to Passaic Valley.
You lost me.
So we have a number of small lines in Montclair that all go into large trunk lines. These large trunk lines are the lines that go through Glen Ridge. All the small lines stop and come back towards either Grove Street or one of the other streets. They do not actually flow into Glen Ridge.
Okay, so just dealing with my street, so it's simpler, but it applies to like 6 other streets?
Yes.
Okay, so even though the line shows on your map going to, looks like it's stopping at?
Yeah, so what you would see at those
township
lines
border.
is those are what we would call flush tank. They're dead end line, parts of the lines, and they would flow back, or they would flow into the larger tributary, the 24-inch line, and then that would go into Glen Ridge. But that is only our responsibility up to the border, because Glen Ridge also has lines that go into that 24-inch tributary, so it no longer becomes our responsibility.
Okay, so my wastewater is going towards Grove Street, end of the day,
What street are you on?
Harvard.
I would have to double check that, but yes, more than likely.
Okay.
A lot of the sewer lines are pitched back towards Grove Street, and then Grove Street dumps into a larger line.
Okay, and then my other question, it's the same thing. So the last, I think it's 6 houses on Ridgewood Avenue on the west side are in Montclair, and your map is showing the line going down Ridgewood Avenue.
I believe that might be incorrect. I would have to double check that, but we only have the water main that goes on Ridgewood Avenue. There's a 6-inch water main, but I don't think we are responsible for the sewer main. That map may be incorrect. I would have to double check
Because
that.
it's showing that. and
Yes, but that may be, again,
That's
these,
a little weird
you see the street
world,
names are wrong, and
because
it
goes to, because Glen Ridge is the first couple of houses after you cross, and then you're in Bloomfield.
Yes.
And then you're suddenly picking up Montclair on the
So
west
we
side.
are responsible for the water main that runs to the, or I guess you would call it going north on Ridgewood Ave. There's a 6-inch water main that goes that way. That is ours. But the sewer main, I would have to double check, but I believe that is their responsibility.
Okay, and the liner is going to go, you go in the manhole, you put the liner down to the next manhole, and,
Correct. And what we try to do is if we can, if it's short runs, we actually try to go through manholes, so it actually redoes the bench in the manholes, and then they cut the tops for us.
so this is going to be, should be quick work.
It's a lot of footage of pipe. It's a couple months worth of
But on any individual
work.
street, it's,
Yeah, usually a day or two on each street.
okay, thank you.
Okay, you moved this, and there was a second?
I don't think so, but I move it.
Second? Discussion any further? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller absent. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Number 23?
23 and 24, me, why are we doing 2 firms for tax appeals and same amount of money? And isn't it more efficient to have primarily, I understand there may be conflicts, but why 2 each the same amount?
There were two memos from George Labrizzi, the tax assessor, that accompanied the resolutions. I can't speak to specific. I assumed that he was recommending reappointment of the firms that had previously represented the town. The specific reasons, I'm at a lot. I could, if you want to table them and.
One is commercial, and I believe Levi Pool from my firm does the residential.
Okay.
So they are split.
Okay, so it's a commercial, okay. Okay. Can I move both of them together?
Second?
Yes, you can.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller absent. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Number 29, please. Oh, I'm sorry, 27?
Yes.
Yeah, that was, I think a couple of us had this question. I was reading this and I didn't understand why the amount was increasing $32,000?
32,000 is for managed services. So those are the IT network engineers who are currently updating, fine-tuning, repairing our network. The other additional funds were to create data drops over at DCS for the Recreation Department.
Council Williams?
I'm good.
And they're serving as our IT department now, essentially?
Currently,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
That's not the long-term plan, but
But they are in this period.
they're doing triage on our network.
Why would it not be long-term? Just curiosity.
I think once the town updates its network, they're probably top shelf outside consultants. So we're paying a premium, but we need to get through this period right now. Assuming that the network is rehabilitated and updated, then we won't need that level of service going forward. I can tell you there was a failure of the 911 system last week, and as you may know, our 911 service was out, and 911 emergency calls were being diverted to Glen Ridge and other surrounding communities. It occurred after hours. The engineers from Millennium were here within, I think, 20 minutes, even though it was after hours, and they had the network restored, 911 restored probably within about an hour, hour and a half. So, they know what they're doing. You're paying a premium, but they know what they're doing, and they actually, by addressing emergent situations like that, you're saving time and more.
Oh, no, I get it. Councilor Williams? Anything else on the number 27? Madam Clerk?
I need a move-in and a second, please.
So move. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yeah.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller absent. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Number 29, please.
I have a problem with extending them for 3 years.
Okay.
Just plain and simple, it's committing us, and we might want to do different things because of budgetary considerations, and 3 years is a long time. I understand the benefits of having the same firm doing it, but if we decide to move
This wasn't up to 3 years. This is saying that we have to stick with them for 3 years?
Under the contract they were selected for was for up to 5 years. We did them for 2 years, and this is giving them the 3 remaining years.
Why can't we say up to 3 more years? I don't understand.
I'm sorry?
I'm trying to understand why we can't say up to 3 more years if something changes, and it changes because before we were up to 5 years. I guess I just misread this because I thought this was a up to situation too. This is like regardless of anything else we may decide, we're going to keep them. I share your concerns.
And this is not a reflection on
No,
the
they're the
services
best.
that is being provided. It's
Absolutely
It's
not.
just
I
a
keep trying to
question
figure
of
out how we can get
committing
Norberto
ourselves.
to come and work for us.
I think if there was a legal mechanism to have that in the clause, I wouldn't object to that. Just having the certainty of having that for 3 years gives a stability within the department, and it's beneficial to us. We have significantly reduced the not to exceed for this. We will have, for the capital projects, we will be having the opportunity for the council to vote on those. So this is strictly for the in-house engineering, the 3 days a week that they're in office. And it would be a great benefit to, I think, the township and the department.
Can I ask?
Councilor D'Amato,
I just
please.
want to ask a question of the manager or the attorney. I thought that that professional services contracts by their nature were capped at.
They are. So professional service contracts are typically 1 year. However, when you appoint a municipal engineering firm, it's typically for a longer length of time.
And so if we're appointing them for 3 years, does that mean like we are hiring them for 3 years, or they're still consultant per hour? Because that was a concern that I had, and so far we haven't been able to really get a good grip on whether it would be more cost-effective for us to have an in-house person full-time versus this. And I really want to be clear that I am so excited about our engineering services. I am. But from the standpoint of trying to understand dollars and cents, I'm not really clear yet if this is making the best financial decision to keep doing this, if this is hourly. Now, if we could say 3 years for X amount of dollars, then I'm all in. Can we do that?
I don't think you want to limit yourself because there's a lot of, capital projects that, the town may know about or may not know about, emergencies that, we don't contemplate today, but may be necessary 6 months from now, a year from now, et cetera. So I don't think it takes away from the contract to appoint, under the local public contracts law, to appoint the firm for a 1-year contract. So I'm familiar with Neglia Engineering. I think they do an outstanding job. I don't think, and Norberto does an outstanding job as well. I don't, if we only offered a 1-year, continuation of their existing contract, they're not going to walk away. So I think we're a good client. They're a good firm. And, if that's the will of the council to limit it to 1 year, then we'll reassess through our competitive RFP process next year, we'll reassess.
Thank you. I respect your opinion.
I think also from a financial aspect, they have agreed to freeze at the 2024 rates. So we are locking in that rate, so there won't be an increase.
That's excellent. Thank you. So is this substantive change to bring it down to 1 and we have to take it off and bring it back, or what can we do? Madam Attorney, I'm sorry.
Don't we have to vote on that change?
Yeah, you would have to.
Vote on it now?
You have to vote on, I understand that you want to make that change.
Oh, to see if people want to have 3 years. Okay. Okay, so you want to vote on that?
Or a motion, are we making a motion to change?
We're going to award a professional.
Yes.
Yes.
1 year?
No, not based on
1
year.
Yeah.
They're agreeing to hold their 24 rates for 3 years.
So
For 3 years, they're agreeing to.
So they're locking in their rate in mass.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Williams, yes.
I need that acknowledgement.
Yes, thank you, I appreciate
So
the respect.
they're locking in their rates for a 3-year contract based upon 2024. Why would we want, we're going to need engineering service past this year.
Mm-hmm.
So why would we not want to take now, so before I get to my next, I forget, we did have a conversation, I forget who it was with, but I think Bill was involved. Well, when all our contracts, we put in there that we can terminate them, blah, blah, blah. So we're basically engaging in a 3-year contract. If at some point, for whatever reason, we decide that we want to terminate the contract in year 2, and we're getting the lower rate, why wouldn't we just lock into the 3 years?
Thank you for reminding me of that, Councilor Williams. I was not remembering that at the time, and I'm just still trying to get, some clarity regarding to continue to do like an hourly thing versus get somebody in here. So based on what you were kind enough to share with me, we probably would just stick with the 3. Let's ask Councilor Harrison how you feel about that, since this was your pull.
I'm not voting for 3 years.
Wait.
Councilor Birmingham, Councilor D'Amato, Deputy Mayor, anything further, or should we call the vote? Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm just reading and again, this is not any commentary on anything other than, I'm just reading the note that we got from Austin. Mr. Ashley said, the original agreement was structured as an initial 2-year term with 3 optional 1-year extensions.
Mm-hmm.
So those are then being consolidated into a 3-year block? Is that what this is? Rather than 3 optional 1-year extensions? And Is that right? In return for that, we're getting locked in?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I discussed this with our purchasing agent. This is acceptable to do. Is that the council's option?
What do you think, Councilor Birmingham?
I do have a question, which is
Yes,
just
Councilor
basically,
D'Amato?
what are we spending on engineering?
What are we spending on engineering?
Yeah, I mean, we're way above
Yeah.
this floor.
All right.
So the floor, this is
Oh.
300,000, but we're spending,
Right, well,
Four
so that
times
really
that.
depends on what we are looking to do for the year. So, like I said earlier, next month we'll be coming with the projects that we anticipate. We'll break those down by project, for those will be from capital, right? So we can prioritize which projects we want to do. They're significant projects. The next item that is coming up is the playground in Nishuane. We have the Upper Mountain. We have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of engineering that needs to be done, which is not untypical for a township of this size.
So can you tell me what engineering cost us for last year and the year before, like going 3 years that way, or we can't do that like this? I mean, I don't have to have the information if we shouldn't do that, I don't know.
Well, 2025's not to exceed was $875,000, if I'm not mistaken. That's inclusive of capital projects, traffic studies. That's the whole engineering cost for last year.
$875,000?
Yes.
And that included what? I'm looking for salary.
Well, for this portion, this would be the breakdown for what it cost us to have the in-house engineers 3 days a week, plus a couple of traffic studies. That was around $275,000. Now, if you were to replace that with a staff, it'd be significantly more.
Yes, Manager Marks.
At your request, we had actually advertised for in-house, like engineering services by employees. We didn't receive any applications of any professional engineers.
Yeah. No, I
So
remember
PE, like you have to have a PE license, professional engineer license to sign and seal drawings.
Yeah.
So we couldn't bring those services in-house because none of the applicants were actually qualified to sign and seal drawings.
Thank you. And so, based on what Councilor Williams was kind enough to remind me, now I'm just going to go back to Councilor Birmingham. Did you have any other questions? Councilor D'Amato, Councilor Harrison? Madam Clerk, would you please do a roll call?
May I have a movement in a second?
Second?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
yes.
Councilor Harrison?
No.
Councilor Toller? Absent. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. 31?
Yes, this was my question. This is about a contract for the Nishuane Park completely inclusive playground improvements, which is Green Acres funded. And Councilor Toller is not here. I know that this is something of great interest to her. Do we know if she's, does anyone know what her thoughts are on this project? And I guess there you are. Is this project, where are we in terms of the design of the playground and the community input? Is that all to come, or where are we with that?
I'll ask Norberto to give a
Okay.
briefing on that one.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yes, so to answer your question, design is complete. We have met with various community groups, stakeholders, Councilor Toller as well, over the last year plus since we applied for the grant. All that feedback was incorporated, and this reflects the final design. So we put out the design for public bidding. Those were the bids received, low bidder to the tune of $1.6 million. So that's what we're looking to award the construction contract for that project at this point.
And there was a question on the
Yes.
Corkine
Yes.
versus the port in place?
So that reflects
Okay,
the inclusion
that's included.
included.
Okay.
Yeah, so what we did, just to, so everyone's
Uh-huh.
clear, what we did was, because it's a relatively new
Yep.
product, particularly in this area, there was a unknown of what the cost of that would be. We had some pricing back from the vendor, but because this was sort of an after-the-fact consideration, after we applied for the grant, we had a base bid contract which included the port-in-place surface material, and then we had a separate, what's called add-delete alternative bid, which essentially replaced the port-in-place surface with the Corkine surface. So there's a cost difference there. We were able to find the additional monies to cover the additional costs. So that includes.
Thank you very much.
the core.
So you asked a question about Councilor Toller. I know that Councilor Toller brought this to the community, had discussion, and Councilor Toller is fine with this the way this is.
Can I just say one thing?
yes.
Sorry. About the Corkine, where I went to school in Amherst, Massachusetts, they are doing a Corkine project. And they initially delayed the decision because another town in New England and Massachusetts had problems with the Corkine. And Amherst decided to go forward with it, but they negotiated like a longer warranty and more upkeep, like with the, because it is very, as you're saying, it's new and there's only one, but could I ask, could you look at the issues? Like Amherst was very proactive about making sure that what happened in the town over would not happen with their project. So,
Absolutely.
and they did put in like a longer warranty than I think is typically given and things like that. So,
Yeah, absolutely. No
Thanks.
problem.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank you for all of your hard work on the projects and just, showing up and having
problem.
new ideas. Thank you.
Yes, and to all, thank you all for the reappointment. We appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Did we have a movement and a second?
No.
Second, Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison,
Yes.
Counselor Toller absent, Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, 36, please.
Is the resolution awarding a contract for Montclair Senior Hub renovation project? I'm going to move it now and ask for a second.
I'll second.
Okay. I just wanted to get an idea of the timetable and, what the next steps were.
So I'm pleased to report, we went out to bid. We had 20 bidders pick up and submit bids for this project. So it's right, the subject area is right across the hall in what is now currently Recreation and Section 8. So if awarded tonight, we'll give the contractor a notice to proceed, and they'll commence by the construction schedule. They should be done by the end of May. It's all interior renovations, which is a lot. It's not
Awesome.
subject to weather. It's not, you don't have any of the outside factors with permitting or, weather delays or anything. It should be all materials that are readily in stock. There's no long lead items. So it's drywall, it's plaster, it's lights, interior LED lights, and in stock flooring. So.
Just one more thing. I know that, with the use of the space, there was some concern about Wi-Fi connectivity.
That's actually part, so the Finance Committee has been talking to Millennium on a larger proposal for the network, and that's actually included in the proposal for the network.
Great, thank you.
There's been a movement and a second. Does anyone else have any further discussion on this? No, Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham, Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Harrison,
Yes.
Counselor Toller absent, Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Number 37, please.
Yeah, this is my question about appointing the Star Ledger and the Montclair Times as our official newspapers. Because I really don't, like, the Star Ledger no longer prints, and I don't think people, I don't know what the Montclair Times, like, if that reaches a lot of people. And I'm just wondering, why can't we, like, could we use the Montclair Local?
The Star Ledger and the Montclair Times are both qualified as online news publications according to the new law that was just passed, and municipalities are required to do a bi-monthly advertisement. It's like a transition period. Wherever we used to publish our notices is what's being suggested, that you put it in those digital platforms telling people, hey, going forward, public notices can be found here, and you include the URL link. Transitioning people to the township website where official notices will eventually live. But until then, throughout this entire year, we have to advertise 2 times a month, telling people where our public notices will live.
Sorry, Mayor, if I may ask.
Yes,
are there
thank
any
you very
other
much.
qualified publications that we can choose from?
If there are, I'm not aware. I'm only continuing the practice for decades. Those are the 2 papers where Montclair notices live. And it's not just for the clerk's office. It's the land use
Yeah, I
boards and,
understand.
you know, other boards that have to do OPMA notices.
So there's a troubling aspect to this, which is that the Montclair Times, we are supporting a non-publication that appears in print that has existed only really in the business of like no public notices and then a few people who subscribe to it. And it is not a source of disinformation, but a source of misinformation because they don't have an editorial staff and they print stories on the front page that aren't the real stories. It's not fake, but like if you read the paper, I see people in the library and I say, that's not what's really happening. There's, because the story says like, ribbon cutting at the ice cream store is the top story in Montclair. And I'm like, no, it's that we're terrible is the story. Like, so we can't support them. It's bad news, but if we have to.
I was going to say, unfortunately, the statute doesn't
Yeah.
take that into account.
Well.
They're just qualified as an online news publication.
Can I pass a resolution to keep Councilman D'Amato out of the library from bothering people?
Second.
My home.
Okay, so did anybody have any further discussion on number 37, please?
Just one more question.
Yes, Counselor.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Do people need a subscription for these, to get these notices? Like, do you need to be a subscriber to these?
I believe all of the online news publications will have like a pop-up.
Yeah.
And this is just from personal experience.
Yeah.
We'll say, hey, pay $1 a month and you can see these.
Okay.
So I
So
think
we are moving to online, it'll be on the town website, so it'll be redundant for soon, that you can look on the town website for free and get these notices.
I've already set that up. It's there
Awesome.
now.
So that's already there. So
Yes.
everybody should know
Yes.
that on the town website now, you can go and find
Yes, ma'am.
those notices. Thank you.
And the New Jersey Press Association has an online where you can find all legal ads.
Yes,
For free.
NJPA, yeah.
So it's not the most user-friendly, because you put in a township
Keyword.
name and said only those words, and it's astonishing what ads will show up, but, I use it frequently, but it is another free source of where you can look for. And if you put in Montclair Zoning Board of Adjustment, you don't get too many stray ones.
Madam Clerk?
May I have a move in a second, please?
Second?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller absent. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. I think we're at number 40, please.
This is more because I'm confused by the heading of the resolution, because it doesn't sound like it's what it's trying to do. Because while I'm all for preserving the New Jersey Historic Preservation Fund, I'm assuming we're this is for the grant that's referenced in the whereas, but there's an absence of information as to what we're doing here.
I talked to the HPC chair who sent this through me to have it looked at, and I don't remember if there was a title on it, but as I recall, we really need to pass this, I believe, at this meeting.
I'm sure we do. I just want to know what I'm voting
What does it
for
mean?
before I
Yeah,
vote.
yeah,
Oh, this is online.
Resolution.
And there wasn't a memo or, and
Did she send an email?
Hold on, yeah.
Uh-huh, yes. All of this, right? Oh.
Okay. Resolution, can we just say resolution on historic preservation grant on New Jersey preservation grant administered?
are we accepting it, or are we, the grant, are we applying for it? The whereas seems like we're accepting it.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Execute a grant agreement, so it sounds like that.
Authorized signatory is probably the mayor?
That was my second question as to.
I mean, Mayor, if I
Yes.
may.
Yes.
I don't have anything besides this one sheet of paper, but if based off my memory, anything to do with land, like these historic preservation grants, it is the mayor and the clerk who sign and seal it. If my memory serves me right, because it's not the first time that we're getting a grant like this, and it involves land, so it's usually you and I.
Oh. Resolution, so it's called Preserve New Jersey is the name of the entity.
Yeah.
So, to accept grant from Preserve New Jersey Historic Preservation Fund. Oh, gosh.
And then insert mayor and clerk as being authorized to sign. Okay, I so move with those changes.
Ruby, did you?
Just whereas the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair decides to further historic preservation, you want that to also say.
No, we're
no,
talking
the
about the
whereas
title.
But he
fine.
changed the top part.
Yep, the title's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
You change the title, and then
Yeah.
it should be authorize the mayor and clerk, yeah.
I heard them, and Counselor
Yeah.
Harrison moved it.
Second.
Okay.
Madam
All good.
Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller absent. Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Before we go,
Mm-hmm.
maybe we should do these. So Carol is up.
She wants to be on.
Yeah, but she expired.
Right.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
We can do both of these.
And
Just
who's
right-
this?
That's Santiago. He's fine.
I thought we just did him.
Yeah, but he then moves up to alternate one.
Okay, all
And
right,
then-
yes.
But I don't
let's
want
do
her to
that.
miss it.
No,
'cause
that's
our next
good.
meeting is the day before.
That's good, let's do that.
Okay.
Good, thank you. You're right, let's do that. Go ahead, Council D'Amato.
You have this one?
That's for Planning Board Member Carol Willis.
Okay.
And then, okay. So you move that, and I'll second it.
I move it.
Second?
We should say what it is. for
Yes,
the tape.
have at
So
it. I
this
don't
is
have it in
a
front of me, sorry.
resolution appointing members to the planning board, two sitting members, just one who is dropped off. at the end of last year, and so
Yeah.
that she can be on there. And I so moved.
Second
Carol
that.
Willis,
Thank you.
Santiago Orbea.
Yes. Second, Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Harrison,
Yes.
Counselor Toller absent, Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. No. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn, please.
Second.
What? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to thank all the people in DCS that cleared all the streets and everything like that. I could tell they were working hard.
They
because
were.
I had to dig up my driveway like 6 times.
Excellent
So,
job, yes.
Thank you.
And the county, who threw on my sidewalk about 6 times.
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry. You want
There
me
was
to-
a motion to adjourn and a second.
Okay.
Baskerville, D'Amato.
Deputy Mayor Anderson? Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller absent, Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. So, yes, I did make a false statement. Because we've been here, it's 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30. What is, 11:30? So this is 6 hours. Oh, man. So that means he gets us pizza because he won.
Well,